out in front to even the count at 1.
Bruce did not have a good year last year. Hit just .217. 18 home runs, 66 driven in, and fanned 149 times. Not particularly good numbers for him.
He was National High School Player of the Year in 05. He broke into the big leagues the same way, with a lot of base hits and a lot of home runs. Two and two. And they said that every game he played his senior year in high school, there were at least 30 scouts there.
He's got a terrific swing. He can throw. But last few years, the career arc is going downhill.
Full count.
Look at Brandon Phillips, one of their better players. He's not hitting for power, but he is hitting.
There's a bullet. Down past Billy Hatcher. First base coach and just a terrific guy. Billy Hatcher. Been around a long time. Jim Ruggleman, the coach at third. He gone. Yes, upstairs. 2 down.
This one he kept high and away, threw it right by him. As Bruce, no stranger to the strikeout fans for the 32nd time, and that's tops on the ball club.
So here is the second baseman, Brandon Phillips, hitting at .314 with a homer. He's driven in 14. Talking yesterday to some Cincinnati people, and they said that he still is a terrific second baseman, but a few years ago he may have been the best second baseman in baseball.
He's got very good hands, turns the double play exceptionally well.
We've seen enough of him in his career on the highlight films.
Yeah, and he's a guy that managers really like to put in their lineup because he's going to make contact, and with runners in scoring position, as you can see, hitting .345, that's pretty good. These days the power hasn't been there, but contact has. He is a hard guy to strike out.
Oh, and 2 the count. Two on, 2 out. That ball hit hard in the center field, but we have a man there. Adam makes a catch. That'll retire the side. Nothing across. They strand the pair after a half inning play. It's Cervez nothing, and the good guys coming to bat.
It's Eaton, Cabrera, and Abreu at the top, with LaRoche, Garcia, and Gillespie in the middle, followed by Ramirez, Flowers, and Micah Johnson, who's been doing a good job recently. The defense and how they'll line up behind Johnny Cueto left to right. Bird, Hamilton, and Bruce in the outfield with Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, and Negron in the infield. Ryan Pena is off to a good start, getting the nod behind the plate, and Johnny Cueto on for the 7th start of the year. His ERA a fine 2.72, only 6 walks, 40 strikeouts, and 43 in the third. He's got a good moving fastball, a very good straight change, will throw a slider, and we'll tell you about his move when he gets somebody on first base.
And he's got a terrific windup. Shows you that 47 on his back. And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours as there's strike one. Adam Eaton. Sox come in hitting at 243 as a club. And that's a souvenir.
One of the things you have to watch from Cueto is a quick pitch, because a lot like pitcher of yesteryear, Louis Tiant, he does almost a complete pivot on the mound, except when he really has to get a big strikeout or a big out. He won't turn, he'll quick pitch you, and it's very effective for him.
That ball here well into left field. He broke in, now breaks by, can't get it. So Marlon Byrd did not read that one well, and that's a leadoff double.
Cueto got this one up and away. And Adam, who's starting to make a whole lot more contact, takes it over the head of Byrd, who told you he doesn't have the best speed these days, and he comes up short on this.
So here's Melky hitting at 281 with a homer. It was a big one, a 3-run shot. They tied up the ball game against the Tigers in the bottom of the 8th inning. One, two.
Pretty good numbers career-wise against Cabrera. I mean, for Cabrera against Cueto. Cueto against most guys pretty much overmatches him.
Melky hitting at 369 left-handed. 097 right-handed. That ball hit hard. That's going to get the job done. Adam will tag and move into third. So a good job by Cabrera. Good read by Adam. Very quickly getting back in to tag. So with one out, let's check out our picks to click this afternoon. And you are our director and crew. Well, they went with Adam. Steve's going with Connor and Chuck Swirsky and Bill Winnington. And we're going to go with Melky Cabrera. Well, listening to that bull
What
game.
a good game last night.
And what a broadcast they had.
I listened to the broadcast for quite a while, then got a chance to see the second half. It was wildly entertaining.
I drove in my driveway, ran into the house, cut off the alarm, and I got to see the last 50-something seconds.
That was good.
But the broadcast by Chuck and Bill were just, I felt like it was right there at the United Center. Terrific job, guys. Terrific. Infield in. Abreu fouls it away.
Normally in the early stages of a game, if your team is hitting well, you're trying to stay out of the big inning. You don't play the infield in the first inning. But Cincinnati is not hitting well, and Brian Price figures as good a time as any try to coax a ground ball out of his pitcher.
I still can't believe they did not call a foul on LeBron James.
No.
I mean, that guy's standing right there looking at it, and he didn't call a foul. Unbelievable. Out of play right side.
Cueto's got a good hard slider. And if he trusts it, Brian Pena is going to be able to knock it down. This is a pretty good time for it. Phillips is very close at second base. He's in on the grass.
The 1-2. Out and around it. Hooks it. Adam LaRoche on deck. An oddity about Cueto, he has no wild pitches this year, and yet 3 balks.
You're going to
see that very often.
When he gets a man at first base, you're going to see why he's got those balks, because he has an outstanding move to first, but it's a balk move. It's
well,
a move
the comparison, though, is no wild pitches.
True.
And balks, yeah.
But it's a move where he breaks the back leg, but he does it so quickly, a lot of umpires don't pick it up. He was called twice in one game and once the next time out. And it's all in the back leg. If you perfect it, it's a great move, and you're going to pick off your share.
He did not go. Wasn't Joe West the umpire, huh?
No.
On the box?
No. That was Pat Hoberg on that appeal. No, it wasn't Joe on the box. Joe's a left-handed pitching specialist on the box, as we saw with Mark Burley a couple times.
I've been in this game a long time. As that's fouled away. There's a couple of things in baseball that are constant that you got to do. You've got to catch the ball. That's the first rule in baseball. You got to catch the ball, and you don't mess with Joe West. You do those 2 things, you're probably going to be all right.
That right off his leg.
Yeah.
And that is going to hurt.
If it's off the shin or the knee, yeah. It's going to hurt anywhere, but especially there.
They're going to check on him with Robin and Hermie coming out. Take another look.
Top of the foot.
Top of the left foot.
What happens in that situation with a lot of guys, those bones will sit up like this, Steve, right? These are your toes. Sit up like that, up. And that ball hits them, it knocks them down. And sometimes they come back and they don't get back to the top. They get like this.
If they do that, you might have a problem.
Well, that's how the Detroit team doctor many years ago got his job, because K-Line did that. Knocked them down. They didn't come back up. They couldn't fix it. And the guy called him up and said, I'll fix it. He fixed it. Next year he was the team doctor. So the 2-2 pitch. Jammed him. Popped him up. And a good catch. Good catch right there by Chris Negron.
Well, Negron is a lifetime shortstop. The only reason he's playing first is Joey Votto is serving a 1-game suspension. But he's more than acceptable. He's got good speed. This is a terrific play. Going as fast as he could toward the stands, and then the awareness with a man at third to get the ball back to the plate as quickly as possible.
So it's up to Adam with 2 down. Adam hitting at .212, 3 homers. He's driven in 10.
I'm sure these guys matched up a few times with Adam playing a lot of his baseball in the National League, and Cueto in that league for quite some time.
He's faced him 16 times, has 2 hits.
Cueto came to the big leagues in 2008. He signed with the Reds back in 2004. And his 2 best years, 2012 at 19-9, and last year, first time he won 20-9.
Adam having a real tough time when he's down in the count.
Cincinnati,
most guys do.
Yeah, if you're down in the count, it becomes a very defensive at bat. And Cincinnati has had good but not great teams, and Cueto is 27 over 500 for his career, which tells you just how good he's been.
And there's ball 4. Number 26, Anastasia Garcia. Here's Avi hitting at .319, a homer. He's driven in 9. Takes first pitch strike at 93.
Pretty impressive. Hitting safely in 11 of his last 12. Most of the time to right center or right back up the middle.
And that's popped up, and that's going to be playable. Reaches over, so we get a man at third, less than 2 outs, and once again we cannot get him home. Brand new episode of Beer Money. Watch the most exciting sports trivia show on television. That's where fans test their knowledge and try to win big, starting at 7 right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Ryan Pena is a switch hitter, much better from the left side. .222 is a right-hand hitter. .341 is a left-hand hitter.
You know, both teams in the first inning had a walk and a hit. So here is Pena. He's always hit the ball well against us. Out and around it.
There you look at some pretty good numbers to start off this year. Pena has been around for quite some time, getting the lion's share of the catching duties.
1-2. Count hangs at 1-2.
Number one catcher on this team is supposed to be Devin Mesoraco. Last year, his 25 home runs led all major league catchers. But he's had a hip problem. We're going to see him in the second game of the doubleheader as a designated hitter. Catching has been a problem for him.
Yeah, he can't squat.
Well, without that, it's a bad position.
It's hard to be a stand-up third baseman. It's hard to be a stand-up first baseman. But it's even harder to be a stand-up catcher.
You're going to have some problems if you're a stand-up catcher.
Full count.
Zach Cozart in the on-deck circle. He's off to a good start.
That's a base hit. So the leadoff single. And Hector's throwing a lot of pitches.
A lot of long counts, which will lead to a whole lot of pitches, especially if the hitter fouls off a few. Cozart, the shortstop combination, along with Phillips, one of the better shortstop second base double play combinations in baseball.
And combined averages of these two guys are one of the best. Can't get him. That little bobble.
Would have been a fairly easy 2. As it is, it's a force out. Take another look. Lexi not very happy with himself. Down on one knee. And then can't control it. Pena got down in a hurry as he saw Micah dropping down from the side. Wanted to avoid a face burger.
Cozart 2 for 2 in stolen bases, just has a decent lead. Big hack by Shoemaker. Skip Shoemaker, 35-year-old veteran.
Spent most of his career with the Cardinals, and I'm sure that Walt Jocketty, who was the GM of the Cardinals, now the GM of the Reds, remembered his contributions, so he brought him over. But last year, an injury-plagued season for him.
Walt Jocketty, very talented GM and a terrific person.
I thought he did just a wonderful job at St. Louis.
Walt's one of those guys, whenever you see him, you sort of light up. He's a definite upper.
He was a good man. I do remember Walt was offered a couple of different jobs at the same time. He was one of those hot names for GMs. And he stopped at a place that I was involved with in Scottsdale. We talked about the possibilities, and one of his choices was the Cardinals. I told him, you're going to a hallowed franchise if you go there. And of course, that's where he wound up, and he did a great job with St. Louis.
He gone. Gas upstairs. 2 down.
High fastball. Left-handers have big problems up and out of the zone. You saw on the Menards pitch tracks that if you're ahead of a hitter, that's a great place for a wipeout. And Negron, although he's not off to much of a start, has some pretty big power the opposite way.
Hitting at 118, 29-year-old veteran. Takes strike 1. Bit of a gap out there in left center. And just for you out there, maybe wanting to see your Sox play, one ticket is good for both games today, like the old-fashioned doubleheader that we used to play every Sunday.
A lot of baseball for one admission price.
One and two. Those Sunday doubleheaders. That's Souvenir right side. And another Souvenir. This will be the 41st pitch in just an inning and 2/3.
It's always nice to keep your eye on the guy at first, except if Ryan Pena steals, we'll have a story. Cozart, rather, excuse me.
2-2.
Adam is shading him a couple of steps into right center field.
Ball gets away, and Cozart in the second. So the third wild pitch and another full count.
Tyler could not get his body over to his right, and that ball caroms away. So now runner in scoring position.
One of these days, second walk issued by Heck.
You think someone might convince him to work quickly?
Well, it's do the math. This is called do the math. In most cases, the shorter the at bat, the more chance you have to be successful.
Yeah. The old wipe them out in one if you can philosophy, and two if you can't, and then the third.
When you have those long at bats, chances are you're not going to be that successful. More pitches the guys see, the more dangerous they become. That's why I wish they would put them on the clock, and they're supposed to be for their own well-being. That's off. Noesi. Everybody's going to be safe on a shot. by Hamilton. So that'll load them up.
They're going to check and see because that was a rocket back up the middle. And they want to see how Hector is. It saved a run, but it's a tough way to save a run. Hector gets hit with a bullet. Right back up the middle. Looks like it got him, hopefully, right around the right hip.
Hip pointers are not a whole bunch of fun. If, in fact, it got him right on that point.
Couldn't get the glove back. It took it off his hand, and now Hermie is checking it out. They're going to give him a few throws if, in fact, they judge that he is okay. Scott Carroll starting to loosen up.
And Chris Beck is on hand.
He is the 26th man. And you're allowed to do that without any roster adjustments when you're playing a doubleheader.
Chris Beck should be a pretty good major league pitcher. Samardzija and Sale serving their suspensions. And talking about Samardzija, yesterday he visited Thomas Jefferson Elementary, his late mother Deborah's former workplace in Valparaiso. And he personally invited students to a 2015 White Sox game, distributing 7,500 ticket vouchers to students in the Valparaiso School District. Wow.
A lot of pretty happy students, as you would expect. And so Hector is going to leave. That's going to allow Scott Carroll as much time as he wants to warm up. And so as Hector walks off and they examine him further, we'll take a break and be back with Scott Carroll loosening up on the mound after these messages. The first 500 fans to purchase this special ticket offer can join us on the outfield warning track and take selfies with selected players. Visit WhiteSox.com/Selfie Sunday for tickets and more information.
And there's going to be 3 of those Selfie Sundays. And 500 each time, 500 Selfie Sunday tickets are going to be sold.
And our Honda call to the pen is Scott Carroll, who's on for the 4th time. Gave up some runs last time, but they were of the unearned variety. A 1.50 ERA. And of course, because Hector left due to injury, he will be given as much time as he wants to get ready. He's been working out of the bullpen since being called up here, so it shouldn't be all that long. And he's going to inherit a problem. He's got the bases loaded. Unfortunately, there are 2 outs. And Marlon Byrd is going to come to bat.
Bases loaded, 2 out here in the top of the second. Each team in the first inning had a hit and a walk. Each team stranded 2 here. Now, game 2 is scheduled to begin at 6:10. Right now, it looks very doubtful.
I think 6:10 pretty much flew out the window.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see if pitchers dominate. Pitchers dominate, and they haven't so far. There's been a lot of base runners early in this one. You can move the game along. And in the second game, Jason Marquis, who was supposed to start the game last night, will go against Carlos Rodon, who was supposed to start the night game tonight. He will start the second game of the doubleheader, and it becomes even more essential now that Hector has left with a line drive. If we hear anything, keep you updated on that. Jeff Samardzija and Chris Sale both looking at suspensions, so starting pitchers are going to be at a premium, and that makes the start of the second game for Rodon even more important. Seven grand slams for Marlon Byrd.
Marlon walked last inning. Cozart at third. Negron at second. And yes, he did. And Hamilton at first. Ground ball to the bag. And Scott gets his man. They threaten, can't score after an inning and a half. No score.
Done in the last couple of games he's played. Not only 6 for 8, 5 of them are home runs, driving in 10 runs. He had 3 against the Marlins, came back with 2 against the Braves. Youngest player at 22 years old to hit 5 home runs in a 2-game span ever. So Harper off to a great start, and he's our T-Mobile game changer.
Gillespie, Ramirez, and Flowers to face Johnny Cueto, 29-year-old right-hander, 5'11", 221 pounds, out of the city of shortstops. And that's in the Dominican Republic. San Pedro de Macorís. High and wide, 1-1. Just off the plate.
Connor is starting to heat it up.
And there's the base hit. Connor, best fastball hitter on the team.
Menard's pitch tracks will show you that it most likely isn't a straight change. It looked like it might have been a cutter or a slider that didn't do much. But Connor's been hot. He's been hitting just about everything. And a promising way to start the second.
Spiral slider appeared to be, as here is Alexei. Alexei off to a slow start at 202. That's right at him. Now he has hit the ball much harder than a 202 average, but he has hit right at him. Here's Tyler. Tyler at 189, a homer. He's driven in 6. Takes that pitch at 89 for a strike.
For Cueto, who's thrown his fastball at 92-93, he can get it up there 97, and he will if he's having some problems later in the game. But early, you don't see 97.
Got a little Bartolo Colon in him, huh?
Yeah, he does that, and what Verlander used to do. If he can get you out early in the low 90s, he'll do that. You don't put any pressure on him, he'll coast along until you do. And then he's able to reach back and get a little something extra.
Well, that's an old school philosophy. You don't hear the term, he paced himself today in this game.
No, you don't.
Some of those pitchers back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. That's about the time it left. That term, he's pacing himself, is very common. You allow them to face him in the first inning, and then you get to them in the 6th or 7th inning when they got a man on first and third, one out, and all of a sudden that fastball is a foot quicker.
That was a pretty good breaking ball that Tyler thought was down.
2 down.
We'll take a look at it. It buckles his knees. It actually hits the zone.
Micah Johnson hitting at 284.
Pretty good idea, but ball trickles foul.
the more he tries it, the more proficient he's going to be able to be. You let that young man just become an average bunter for hits.
Well,
you're going to see a guy who's going to hit 300.
I was going to say, he's going to be a 300 hitter every year if he does that. The Cincinnati team is usually pretty good defensively. Last year, .988 fielding percentage. That was the best in the major leagues. This year, they're tied for 4th in the National League defensively. Fights up a good straight change and stays alive.
Short lead by Gillespie. 2 out. And the 0-2 pitch once again. High and wide. Bottom of the 3rd in Cleveland, Minnesota leading 4-0.
The Minnesota team at 17-13 is starting to believe in itself. Brian Dozier having a very good start.
Got him. No score after 2.
Todd Steverson. He didn't like this call, thought it was up. And then he voiced his displeasure to John Hirschbeck. Hey, say, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? And apparently, yes, he was.
Go on, he says. Go on. Todd Frazier will lead it off for the Reds. He'll be followed by Jay Bruce and Brandon Phillips.
Frazier had a big year last year. He hit 273. They're not that concerned about his average. He hit 29 home runs, drove in 80, and had 20 stolen bases. So offensively, a very well-rounded player.
Well, he's come into that window. 26, 27, 28.
And he got hit with that one.
Yeah, not hard. But leadoff man aboard. He's become a heck of a player.
This one gets away. It looked like it was going to be a breaking pitch. It was only 81 miles an hour. Of course, a lot easier to say that than if you get hit on the elbow. And it appears that he did.
Here's Bruce. He struck out his first trip. Frazier had singled into right field. There he goes. He got a walking lead, and you can stick it in your pocket.
A pretty good idea for Jay Bruce, because Scott Carroll didn't even look at him. And we told you Frazier stole 20 bags last year. He noticed that they were paying no attention to him, and he just took off. When you see this, if you're the hitter, don't even think about swinging.
He's 4 for 4 in stolen bases. There's a strike deep in the count at 1. That's not going to get the job done. Not a good at bat by Jay Bruce.
That pitch was low and away, out of the zone, in a situation that you just had to look for something to pull. He didn't, and because of that, Frazier is still out there at second base. Only now there's one out.
Here's Phillips. Hit the ball hard deep into center field to Adam Eaton. First pitch strike. Tower. Kevin in front of him. Somebody better hang out a little bit around there. It's got to be Micah. Frazier's looking like he wants to run.
Johnson's right behind him. Scott looks back. Micah points to himself. He's the guy that is going to be charged with keeping him close at second.
That's off his leg or foot.
Pretty good sinker right off the instep of the left foot.
One-two pitch. Stop.
You're coming to the ballpark and you're going to sit close. Best to bring your glove.
2-2 delivery.
Pena in the on-deck circle. He had a single the first time up.
And another foul. Full count. We have seen a few of those in this ball game. There he goes. So here he comes. He gone. Good recovery. A good peg by Abreu. Good recovery by Tyler. And that will end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Still no score.
Two 3-2 double play. Ball tapped out in front of the plate. Tyler Flowers makes a good play physically and equally as good a play mentally because he gets back in position to put the tag on Frazier, who was trying to score from second base. This is just good execution, a good thought process, a heads-up play by Abreu as he gets it back in time, and Tyler cuts him down before he can get the lead foot to the plate. So heads up, and it kept this game scoreless.
I like that aggressiveness of Todd Frazier. He had third base stolen. As here is Adam Eaton taking ball one. He doubled over the head of Marlon Byrd in left field. Now Byrd playing a few steps deeper.
And Frazier in very close at third. It'll be very hard for Cincinnati to sign Johnny Cueto. If you look at the stuff he has, the career numbers, and when you look as he has looked at what the premier pitchers are getting, John Lester getting 155, Max Scherzer getting 240. It'll be pretty tough to retain him. He's going to be a very valuable guy on the open market.
One out. Well, I always have been and probably always will be against giving pitchers long-term contracts.
Well, history has shown that
it doesn't work out.
They don't stay healthy that long in a long-term deal.
That's exactly. You got to know. That's where you really got to know the player. As Melky, Negron, Cueto, very quickly two gone. But it's like some players, position players. We've seen a lot of those guys who have signed big-time contracts and gone south.
And other guys who would play the same for 50 cents as they would for 50 million. And there's a lot of examples of those guys. One of them's wearing a Detroit uniform, Miguel Cabrera. Really doesn't matter what you pay him. He's going to give you everything he's got on a daily basis, and most likely is going to be better than anybody else on the ball club.
Abreu fouled out with Negron making a good catch over the shoulder going away. Foul ground. Another high pop up. Negron got plenty of room here. And a quick 1-2-3 inning. He's retired the last 6 he's seen.
Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Reds could be excused if they didn't know how to get around the ballpark. Most of the guys have never been here. It's the first time they've been to U.S. Cellular Field since 2001. Last time they met was 2009.
Here's Brian Pena. He singles. Yeah, these agents today, the first thing that happens when a guy signs a long-term contract is they're trying to figure out ways to get him another one. Go along that shelf life.
Even if he's 35?
No, that's a little too old.
you're just joining us, Hector Nuese started when an inning and 2/3, took a vicious line drive right off. It looked just above the hip. Contusion of the back. He left. Scott Carroll has been mystifying the Reds since then. That was a rocket of a line drive. Runners are first and second, so no runs were scored. Hector left, and Scott Carroll got a force out on a ground ball by Bird, and that was that.
Had him off balance. So the lead man is gone. No runs, 3 hits for their guys. No runs, 2 hits for our guys.
It would be a very good situation to take advantage of this Reds lineup without one of their best hitters, and that would be Joey Votto, who's serving his 1-game suspension in the opening game. Without that bat in the lineup, it's a decent lineup, but much better with Votto.
Cozart get into a 6-4 fielder's choice. Bit of a gap out there in right center. Abreu well off the line at first. It's by Gillespie. Cozart on his way to second, and he will get there. That is his 5th 2-bagger.
This is a straight change. He reaches out, takes it right down the line. Gillespie, who was well off the line, can't get to it. So you don't hear a whole lot about Zach Cozart, but he's one of the best shortstops overall. Everything taken into consideration, the speed, the defense, and the offense. One of the best around.
Skip Shoemaker struck out swinging on a high fastball. There he goes. Picks up his 3rd stolen base. He's 3 for 3.
This Cincinnati Reds team has shown conclusively that if you don't pay any attention to them, they're just going to take off. Only one look. This is actually a base runner's dream. If he can time the fact that a pitcher is only going to give him one look, you just take off, and on the transfer, the ball drops away.
Well, you'd think it would be looking for it because now they're 35 for 37.
Well, that's certainly in the scouting report. And a good stop by Tyler Flowers.
Infield in. Had him off balance in the count 2-1.
From a pitcher's standpoint, in a situation with a man at third in a 0-0 game, you know they pulled the infield in. You're trying to throw a ground ball. From a hitter's standpoint, you're looking for something waist high at the very least to drive to the outfield.
Well, Ivy coming on. Here's the throw. Got a shot. He gone. Beautiful peg by Avisaíl Garcia. Mercy. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Still no score.
soft fly ball. Avi comes in, has all the best of it, all his momentum coming forward, makes a pinpoint throw to the plate, and the ball is waiting for Cozart to arrive. So 2 men thrown out at the plate in 4 innings, something that you can go a week without seeing. And Tyler does a nice job of making sure that he secures the baseball, but it starts with a very good throw.
Well, the throw was absolutely right out of the textbook because of the fact that if you're an outfielder in right field and you're going to try to throw out a guy and you got a shot to throw out a guy, if you miss, you got to miss up the line towards third base.
There are no outs on the first base side.
None. So he made the perfect throw. As here is Adam LaRoche. He walked back in the first inning and he takes ball 1. You cannot miss on the first base side of home. There's a little quick pitch. Got a shift on for him. And another one. There's a strike.
6 outfield assists for Avi, leading the major leagues.
Well, we get probably the best throwing outfield in baseball. They all have good arms and they're all accurate. And they'll probably, after the season's over, if you go back and put the numbers and do the math, that's high.
He almost dropped that one.
Marlin almost dropped it. So 1 out. But you'll probably find out once the season's over that our outfield probably stopped more guys from going from first to third than any other club in baseball.
As you see, Marlin having the ball almost trickle away twice before finally corralling it.
And here's Avi.
Well, it hasn't translated yet, but it will. If you can stop that extra 90 feet on a single, you're going to win a whole lot of games.
Judging an outfield, the first thing you got to judge is, all right, can they catch him? That's number 1.
I like the range. I like the range to go get him.
And the next thing is, can they run? And the third thing is, can they throw? There's a chopper 2 hopper. And then, of course, the last thing, are they accurate? Our guys covered that formula pretty well. Gillespie single to start off the second inning.
And since that single, Johnny Cueto, who looks like he took exception to that, has retired everybody he's seen.
Which is 8 in a row. Now make it 9. And that didn't take long. So we're into the 5th. Scoreless.
interested in a career in the sports industry, attend the White Sox Career Fair on Friday, May 22nd. Network with representatives from top sports organizations and stay to watch the game. Admission includes the fair and a game ticket. To purchase, visit whitesox.com/job.
Top of the 5th inning, no runs, 4 hits for them, no runs, 2 hits for us. It'll be Negron, then back to the top of the order with Hamilton and Bird. Kansas City beat the Tigers in Detroit 6-2. Jeremy Guthrie over Anibal Sanchez. Sanchez is that's softly hit and caught. So 1 out. Sanchez still trying to figure it out.
Center fielder, number 6.
Bottom of the 5th in D.C. Washington leading Atlanta 3-1. Bryce Harper has not homered in that game.
That is news after his 5 in 2 games.
He's just 22 years old.
It's pretty amazing, huh?
He's something. Here's Hamilton with Gillespie well in on the grass at third, and Abreu even with a bag at first.
And the man at bat is a stolen base machine, so it's best to keep him off base. That's not the technique that he learned from former Major League infielder Delino DeShields. Delino was the guy traded even up for Pedro Martinez. Martinez going to Montreal Expos at the time, and DeShields going to the Dodgers. That wasn't one of their better efforts.
Well, there's two of the fastest guys in the game, Hamilton and Micah Johnson, playing a little pepper with each other right there. So 2 out. But there's a situation there where you just outdump yourself. And by that I mean it's hard to assume that a guy who's built with a slight build like Pedro, they all said he was going to blow it up.
Yeah, well, he couldn't possibly didn't have the durability to start over the long haul. But as we know, that really wasn't the case.
Well, for 5 years, he was as good a pitcher that ever towed the rubber.
What I like about him was a couple of things. One, he had a changeup that you couldn't read from his delivery, pinpoint fastball, and he had that meanness. He would throw at you in a heartbeat, didn't mind who you were or what the situation was, and he was in the National League where he had to come to bat, and it still didn't bother him.
Marlon Byrd has walked and grounded to third. No, he was a great pitcher. Absolutely a great pitcher.
In the meantime, Scott Carroll is doing a terrific job. He was sitting in the bullpen, never dreaming that he would come into this game when he did, meaning in the 2nd inning with the bases loaded, no margin for error. And he came in, and this is the 4th good job he's done out of the pen.
Well, if you take it back to last year, the last few outings he had coming out of the pen, not starting, but coming out of the pen, he's been the best long man we've had in a long time.
He was outstanding. Under 2-point ERA as a reliever last year.
And that's in the hole. So 2-out single, and that'll bring up Todd Frazier. Second hit that Scott has given up.
Marlin is with his 8th organization. And he was with the Philadelphia Phillies twice. He came up with the Phillies in 03. And then made the rounds. Washington, Texas, the Cubs, Boston, the Mets, Pittsburgh, and now right here in Cincinnati.
The ball hit hard, but we got a guy there. And that'll retire the side. We're halfway home. Nobody has crossed home plate. Two, and a leadoff double, bottom of the first by Adam Eaton, and a leadoff single by Gillespie in the second. And Cueto has retired the last 9 he has seen. So here's Alexei. He's 0 for 1, but he hit a bullet right to Marlon Byrd.
I think Alexei is taking a look at that last pitch. It was off the plate, but it got called, so he's in the hole.
Quick pitch, and ball hit hard. That's going to be a base hit. Byrd will not get that one.
There's an example of a quick pitch that didn't work. Cueto, who does turn his back to the hitter and hesitates just about each and every time, decided he was going to quick pitch Alexei, and he didn't get it done because that fastball was on the outer third. Now Alexei's been up twice and hit the ball hard twice.
Here's Tyler, struck out, called out on a curveball.
Be careful at first. Move from Cueto is exceptional. Time now for our AT&T UVerse Multiview.
Cueto doesn't fall behind that we have seen too often. He's 0-2 on Flowers.
Now he came in.
Don't put the numbers up that he puts up by falling behind 2-0-3-1.
Well, he has walked 1 today. That gives him 7 in 47 innings. So he's pretty good.
He's walked 2. No, excuse me, 1. Yeah, I was looking at the other side of the sheet. You know, the thing about guys, you ought to young pitchers who are struggling a little bit ought to look at Cueto and look at what he's doing. He's got that deceptive motion as he is called out and the pitch is outside. 1 out.
On the pitch tracks, we'll show you that this is close and probably eased back in the zone by Brian Pena. So a good job of framing a pitch that was off the corner. He got the benefit of the call.
But I've never understood why pitchers who were struggling, and they're more struggling than they're not, wouldn't try a different motion or something different in their motion, or something quick pitching, whatever, anything to add any kind of deception.
You don't end a season with a 2.25 ERA in any league without having a combination of a lot of things. One is good stuff. He's got good stuff. There are some pitchers who have very good stuff. But he also adds deception. He turns his back to the hitter. He has a hesitation. And now John Hirschbeck is going out and having a talk with Cueto.
Well, that's what my point, Steve.
Yes,
young pitchers should look at this and take notice and maybe try to adjust, maybe change their motion. There are a lot of guys, the majority, you only got so many at the top of that chart that are real good major league pitchers. The biggest majority of pitchers, the rank and file, are underneath that to the bottom, and then you got the bottom, the guys even shouldn't even be here.
Well, they're interchangeable with those guys in AAA.
But the majority of the rank and file struggle.
Well, Cueto had to learn how to do it. I mean, when he came up, he was 9-14 his first year. The ERA was up close to 5. Second year, he worked it to 11-11 as the Reds had a decent team, but his ERA was 4.5. Then he started figuring it out. 12-7, 9-5, and 19-9. And that probably came with adding deception to what he naturally had was good stuff. You put them together, and you have one of the best pitchers in baseball.
One and one to count with one down. Micah called out on a pitch that he thought was bad. And there's a little soft looper to Cozart. 2 out. So here's Adam. A double and a grounder to first. Now a 6-1 Washington lead over Atlanta.
Washington is just too good a team to be playing the way they started this season. And before it's over, I got to believe they're going to be at the top of that division.
Oh, and 2 the count again. It's been a hit 0-2 all 3 hitters.
This is normally a good pitch to run at 0-2. But how about the move that Cueto has?
Now Seattle had a big right-hander that broke that back leg down and got away with it for a couple of years. A long time ago. Here he goes. And once they started calling it on him, they didn't stop.
Now, there's been a lot of very good pitchers who did it, and they did it so quickly that you couldn't tell. But a lot of base runners on a right-hand pitcher will have a key. There's a couple of different keys. One of them is the back leg, because if you break the back leg, you have to go home or it's a balk. And the good base stealers will look at that. A lot of them will look at the front shoulder. They'll key off something.
There he goes again, and that pitch has popped up. This one's playable. So Alexi singles to start us off. Can't do anything with it, and we'll go to the 6th.
Second, come and see the White Sox take on the Minnesota Twins at 7:10 p.m. All fans are invited to stay for a spectacular post-game fireworks show presented by Magellan Corporation. Purchase tickets today by visiting WhiteSox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME.
Jay Bruce will lead it off for Cincinnati, followed by Phillips and Pena. Scott Carroll came on back in the second inning, and he has pitched well. Minnesota now leading Cleveland 7-0. Hughes, whose chin started for the Tribe.
Didn't fare very well. But you said one of those twins was able to figure him out. Is that the venerable twin?
It is that. He's 3 for 4 today. He was 3 for 3, sitting 297. Torrey Hunter scored 3 runs, hit a home run. Oh, smoked off the glove.
Turned out to be a bad break in that if Jose catches it, they're going to get him. It's going to be 3-1. If he misses it, looks like Connor Gillespie was right there in a position to make the play. But as it turned out, Jose had a tip off the end of the glove, redirecting it, and turned into a base hit.
Here's Phillips. He's going out deep to center and hit into a very, very unusual 2-3-2 double play. Frazier was on second, tried to steal third. Ball hit out in front of the plate. Tyler got it, went to Abreu, who Abreu came right back to Tyler with a good throw, and they got it.
That particular play was, if not the most heads-up play of the year, it was right up there for our defense. Good thought process by Tyler, hustling back to the plate. Very good throw by Jose, getting it back to him. And both throws were right on the money.
Gap out there in left center. High jump, the peg. They get him at second, cannot get him at first. But a good play by Micah to keep his foot on the bag.
Well, that throw took him into the path of the runner. And Bruce went in with a clean slide, disrupting the timing. Nice play on that end by Connor. He throws it into the runner, which takes him right in the path of Jay Bruce. And if you jump up in the air with both feet at the same time, you can't get anything on the throw, but that's all he was left with. He got the throw off, but Phillips just too fast.
So here is Pena. He's 1 for 2.
Phillips will most likely be going somewhere in this sequence. He's 4 for 4 in stolen bases.
This is one of the best percentages I've seen in a long time. They are 35 for 37. That's awesome.
Well, you take a look at the two guys they've thrown out, Joey Votto, and somehow they got Billy Hamilton. Pena is an inviting double play target if they decide to wait around and not run with Phillips.
Good play there by Micah Johnson. Take another look at that.
Would have been a better play had he been on the bag, but he tags it with the back foot. Right. Front foot on the bag.
That's why it was a real good play.
Had to come off.
Nice little shift by Micah. Phillips just a decent lead. Boy, Scott, there he goes. And that's a base hit. So Pena, as we said earlier, always hits well against us. Picks up his second hit. Meanwhile, that play by Johnson, the second, really looming larger.
The hit and run worked to perfection. This ball in the hole, past the diving Micah. And now a jam for Scott Carroll.
Well, Phillips played that perfectly as a runner. When the hit and run's on, you cannot get picked off. And he did not get a good jump, so it was the hit and run. Here's Cozart. Try to get him in, fouls it off.
Cozart, a great handler of the bat, has one sacrifice this year, but he's probably the best bunter on this team. So Brian Price, knowing that runs are at a premium today, decided to try to steal one. And Cozart fouled it off.
Too much time.
A couple of years ago, Cozart led the National League with 13 sacrifices. Same year, he had 10 sacrifice flies, so that's pretty good execution. Last year, he had 5 sacrifices. And this year looking for his second.
Well, he was the shortstop on Baseball America's 2012 All-Rookie team, as was Todd Frazier. That pitch fouled away, so they count 0-2. In fact, that was a pretty good team. They had Anthony Rizzo at first, Donovan Solano at second, Frazier at third, Cozart at short, Cespedes, Mike Trout, Bryce Harper in the outfield.
I would say that's a pretty good team. You wouldn't mind going to war with that on a daily basis.
Pretty good year for rookies, 2012.
Tyler wants a sinker. He'd love to get the ground ball.
There it is. Can't beat it. He can't get this over there in time, so he beats it. And it's 1-0.
Going to be a run batted in for Cozart, his 13th. It's going to go E4. And it looked like it was going to be 2 until it wasn't. And a good play at second base by Pena, because he goes in as hard as he can go in and disrupts Micah. Ball gets away, and now Cozart at second.
Shoemaker. That's into the gap. So it's 2-0. Cozart at second base disrupted Scott Carroll's rhythm, which a lot of times will lead to a bad pitch.
Skip Schumacher unloads on this one. That's the first run driven in of the year.
We'll show you that jockeying off second base by Cozart. How's that down? That's what good base runners do. Try to disrupt the rhythm of the pitcher. Ball gets by.
Tyler can't locate it. It's back to the wall. That also charged a wild pitch. We'll take another look at it. It's a breaking ball down, and that would probably be the first to tell you that he should have stopped that one. But the glove came up, the ball stayed down, flattened out, went through his legs, and now we got a man at third base.
Oh, this started with 1 out and a man on first and a hit and run. Two in, 2 out, 2-2 the count. He gone. But some damage is done. They had some pressure put on our team with speed. Heads coverage begins at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. It's a 2-0 Cincinnati lead. Well, I tell you, it's hard to beat speed. It's hard to beat the intimidation of speed. Biggest killer performance is pressure, and that's what speed does. The threat of stealing a base, running. And this is, if you're just tuning in, the first of 2 this afternoon. Next game is scheduled to start at 6:10. I doubt that's going to happen. As here is Cabrera. Also, we had a chance to get on the board in a hurry in this game. Leadoff double by Adam Eaton. Cabrera got him over to the third with a deep fly in the center. But then Abreu popped up foul ground that Negron made a real good catch on for out number 2, and LaRoche walked, so we had men on first and third, and then Ivy popped up to Negron. Two hopper and 1 out.
One of the things you saw in that at bat was that Johnny Cueto buzzed up and in to Melky. He will do that. He is known as a guy that likes to pitch in, doesn't mind throwing high neck in. Not to hit you, just to make you move your feet and get you thinking about things, because it makes that outside corner look a whole lot farther away.
Here's Abreu. Twice he has popped up to first. Once in foul ground, once in fair ground.
There was a quick pitch where he didn't turn his back to Jose. He'll do that on occasion. Very rarely with no strikes, however.
Goes back with a fastball at 94.
Well, that was one of the better fastballs he's thrown today, and we're going to see that move up as he moves along. He's averaged 7 innings per start. The one man you don't want to look at, and we got 2 of the best closers in baseball on their respective teams, but Aroldis Chapman has yet to give up a run in 13 appearances. He is their closer, and along with David Robertson, 2 of the best.
That's high into right center field. Back on the track. 2 down. 2-8-0 for them. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for us.
Pretty good numbers for Johnny Cueto to this point.
Except for the first inning, he's been dominant.
They made the decision he was going to pitch today anyway. They made the decision to start him in the first game of the doubleheader, not go head-to-head with Carlos Rodon in the second game.
This guy's fun to watch.
He knows his craft.
He is fun to watch.
I think he was trying to throw a variation of an Eephus pitch. He was going after the slow hook, but it floated out of the zone.
He's only walked one guy, and that was Adam. And 3-1 to count. It's full. Ivy on deck. Came back from the 3-0 to get him, so 1-2-3 inning and went into the 7th, trailing 2-0.
Score a voucher for 4 free White Sox tickets. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Visit whitesox.com/Cooper Tires for more information or to redeem your voucher.
Top of the 7th, top of the order for the Reds, Hamilton, Bird, and Frazier.
You always have to watch the bunt to both sides, either a push bunt to third, with that in mind, Gillespie well in on the grass, or a drag bunt. And the guys are halfway on the right side.
Hamilton 1 for 3, hit a bullet off the hip of the lower back of Noesi. He had to leave the ball game. It was a rocket. Actually, I want to send out a big White Sox hello and congratulations to Greg Kunkel, a good buddy out at Sunset Ridge Golf Club, who was inducted into the Western Golf Association Hall of Fame for all the great work he's done over the years for caddies. Sent a lot of those young men to college. Congratulations, Greg. There's the strike. 2-1.
This is certainly not the man you want to walk. Hamilton knows that, so he knows he's going to see a fastball. The question is, how badly does he want to walk, and will he be looking fastball and try to iron it out?
He's 14 for 15 in stolen bases.
Pretty close pitch, didn't get it, and so now you have, if not the league's fastest man, he's in the top 2 or 3. And as you can see, he leads the major leagues with 14 of them.
Here's Bird, a walk, a grounder to third, and a single. Twice Hamilton in his minor league career has stolen more than 100.
You certainly have to have great speed, but to do that, you also have to have a wonderful understanding of how to get a great jump and how to read pitchers. And Hamilton is able to do all of the above. Zach Putnam loosening up. And when your starter leaves in the second, through no fault of his own, he took a line drive off his hip. The next man out of the bullpen has got to get the game deep, and regardless of how this works out for Scott Carroll, he's done that.
Yanks that one foul. Past Jim Riggleman. He stole 103. Dayton in 2011. He stole 155 at Bakersfield and Pensacola in 2012. Stole 75 in Louisville and 13 more with Cincinnati in 2013. So 88 there, 56 last year.
What a weapon that is. Tied for second in the major leagues last season. Talking over with Billy Hatcher, longtime player, longtime coach.
Take a couple other scores for you. Toronto beat Boston 7-1 up in Canada. And Baltimore beat the Yankees in the Bronx 6-2. There he goes. Pitch out.
And Hamilton looks to be hurt and didn't notice the ball had gotten away. Even on a pitch out, he's almost impossible to get. He's trying to shake off some problems with the left arm. It looked like he hit the shin of Micah Johnson, who is a strong man. Planting that leg, Hamilton on the head first dive went right into the shin, and he got the worst of it.
He says he's all right, I guess. Yeah, you get those guys very seldom. One of the most exciting games we had a long time ago when Ron Carcapice was our catcher. We're out in Oakland, and Ricky Henderson was at the top of his game. was watching Karkovice throw him out twice in one game.
That probably didn't happen throughout his career too many times. Maybe one other time.
Also for
maybe
Karkovice, you don't
maybe.
steal on also for Karkovice. That was fun. One and one to count.
But what Carroll would like to see him do is pull the ball. With that in mind, he wouldn't mind throwing him inside. What Bird should be trying to do is guide the ball into that gaping hole on the right side. Because with Micah Johnson holding Hamilton close, and you have to hold him close, there's nobody home on that right side.
Well, Tony La Russa had the best system for holding guys like Hamilton or Micah Johnson on at second base. He put the second baseman right there. And then he broke over with the pitch. Not back or anything. Right on the base. That's high into center field. Hamilton tagging and running. Good throw by Adam, but Bird gets the job done. So the leadoff walk is now standing in third.
Looked like he came awfully close to leaving early. Not that he had to because of that great speed. He's tagging up. Adam knows he's got to play. I think he timed it pretty well. Again, what a weapon he is.
So the infield in with one down. And here's the big stick in this lineup. Todd Frazier, who's 1 for 2 today. Jay Bruce on deck. Left-handed hitter. This guy here with 19 RBIs. Three and one. Two 8-0 for their guys. 0-3-1 for our guys. Yeah. Scored twice. Have stranded 7 coming into this inning. And there's a little bit of a go around right there. So runners at the corners, 1 out. Bruce is 1 for 3. Had a hard single leading off last inning, and that started at 2-run 6th.
Bruce has only ground into 1 double play this year. He does have an uppercut swing. He is a home run hitter, and he has fanned 32 times, leading the ball club in that department. So Don Cooper on the phone wanting to know if Putnam is ready, and maybe to get somebody else up. Bobby Thigpen will answer most likely in the affirmative that he is ready. And here comes Robin.
So Bruce, 251 lifetime hitter in the big leagues. As regardless of what happens here, Scott Carroll did his job. Came on in the second inning. He did a fine job, as he has been doing since he put that White Sox uniform on. He departs, and we'll be back.
Presented by the University of Chicago Medicine Comer Children's Hospital. Tickets start as low as $5. Parking is just $10. And White Sox and Comer Children's Hospital teaming up for kids' health. Purchase your tickets today by visiting whitesox.com/Sundays or calling 866-SOX-GAME. And our Honda call to the pen is Zach Putnam. Zach on for the 12th time. ERA 6 3/4. He's trying to throw a ground ball, and with that splitter, that's most likely what Robin has in mind.
Runners at the corners, one down. Outfield, for the most part, straight up, spread out, maybe a little bit of gap out there in left center. There he goes. So Brian Price has got him moving, and it has cost us today. It's 3-0.
Frazier didn't hesitate. He took him right out of a double play option on a ball hit right at Micah. So run batted in, number 16. Big speed combination at first and third. Price takes advantage of it. And it's a 3-run game.
So here's Brandon Phillips. He's 0 for 3. So that'll be an error. And runners at the corners.
Error number 4 for Gillespie. Ball hit right at him. Looks like he had it and then just dropped it. No chance anywhere.
Pena. He's 2 for 3. What new against us? They hit him.
He's looking out at Putnam. I don't think so.
So that'll load him up.
See, Tyler wants it inside. Throws a cutter. Got him on the thigh. Looks out at Putnam. Now, Brian, he wasn't thrown at you, and Tyler goes out there to make sure that he imparts that bit of wisdom to him.
Brian Pena, 280 career hitter against us.
Joins a list of guys who have terrorized our pitching staff over the years, with Ryan Rayburn right at the top.
Only one to count. It's Cozart. He's 1 for 3, a double. He also has scored a run and knocked in a run.
Pretty good speed at third and second.
Watch out. Riggleman. Riggs. Good job of ducking that one.
Long-time Major League manager with a few different stops. Now finds himself the third base coach of the Reds.
The 1-2. He gone. They do come up with one. 7th inning stretch. We trail it 3-0.
Innings because of a couple of things. One, his normal motion, which is on the right, He shows his back to the hitter, then he hesitates, then he delivers. On the left, he uses a quick pitch on occasion. It hasn't been particularly effective today as he's given up a base hit on it, but it is very deceptive, and he works it well.
0-1 to count. So Avi. Outfield straight up, spread out. Yanks that one foul, and very quickly another 0-2 count.
There was an example of the quick pitch. So hitters have got to be ready as soon as they set their feet, because sometimes Cueto will come right at you.
Down low, 2-2. Top of the 8th inning in Washington, 6-3 Nats over Atlanta. Minnesota leading Cleveland 7-4, bottom of the 7th at Cleveland, and that's 1 out.
Throws him a good straight change, one of the few he's thrown today, and he had Avi well out in front of it.
5 strikes now for Cueto. He's walked just 1. So here's Gillespie. He's 1 for 2. Takes ball 1. (6-2) as I mentioned. Baltimore beat the Yankees. Delman Young a couple of RBIs. Brandon Phillips got him. 2 down. This guy has some of the fastest innings.
He just keeps pumping strikes and
changing speeds, changing motions.
It's a lot like a different pitcher with different style, but a lot like Greg Maddux, in that if you take the first pitch, more times than not, you're behind 0-1. So guys will go up there and attack early in the count because they don't want to be 0-1, 0-2. That's what Cueto's been today.
Here's been our most effective hitter against him. Alexei, stretch. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes! That is his 100th career homer. And it's a 3-1 ball game.
First home run of the year, 10th driven in. He's been up 3 times. He's hit 3 rockets. He has 2 for 3 to show for it. And that is a milestone home run for Alexei. Our Ford home run replay. This ball spinning over the middle of the plate. And Alexei takes it out. For Cueto, it's the 6th home run he's given up.
Tyler, breaking ball, low and away. Tyler 0 for 2. Called out a couple of times. Come on, Brian Price, get somebody up in that bullpen.
Well, Cincinnati doesn't have any problems if Cueto can hand the ball to Aroldis Chapman. But between the starter and Aroldis Chapman, they have some difficulties.
Well, I don't care who they bring in. We're not
in the anybody but him philosophy? Is that what this is?
We're not having a whole bunch of success.
No. Not too many teams do. Last time out, he gave up his season high in hits and runs to the Braves. And you'd have to figure he'd have a bounce back, and it's been pretty good today.
Well, it's the first time I've seen him pitch live. Seen him on a lot of highlights, and there is another strikeout. But the homer by Alexei, number 100 for him. And we'll go to the 8th, trailing by 2.
field, warm up in the bullpen, visit the dugouts, and much more. Join us for Family Field Day on Saturday, May 30th, and support Chicago White Sox charities. To purchase tickets, visit whitesoxcharities.org.
3-8-0 for Cincinnati. 1-4-2 for our guys here in the 8th inning.
There was the battery. Cueto saying that was a rolling curveball over the middle of the plate. And when you do that, a lot of guys will hit it a long way.
Well, he's thrown almost nothing but strikes today. And we've only had just Alexei's hit the ball hard 3 times. He's 2 for 3. He hadn't made many mistakes.
Nope. He usually doesn't. 93 pitches, 68 strikes. Not bad.
Shoemaker, 1 for 3, an RBI double back in the 6th. Off the end of the bat, but the leadoff man aboard.
First baseman, number 17.
Groen has yet to sacrifice. He is a middle infielder, so most likely he's able to do that. And Brian Price looking for another run. Let's see what the call is here.
He has walked, gone to left, and struck out.
No sign of a bunt on that pitch.
Short lead. And the count 2-0. Come on, Zach. 3-0. Come back and get him. Trouble of brewing here in the top of the 8th. First 2 men aboard.
Center fielder, number 6, Billy Hamilton.
So here's Hamilton. He's 1 for 3 with a walk, a stolen base, and a run scored.
And he has 1 sacrifice this year. So now they want to talk over how they're going to defend at least the possibility of a bunt.
Well, they got plenty of time because there's nobody warming up in the pen.
No, it's Zach against the world to this point.
a good one. Sacrifice. 1-3. The thing about Brian Price, every time they get somebody on base, he's doing something to put some pressure on us.
He realizes that even though his team does hit home runs, and they have hit 38 of them this year, he will try to run you out of the ballpark if his speed runners get on. And he'll use a hit and run. He'll use just about everything at his disposal. And he's proven to be a very aggressive manager in a very short period of time.
Well, even guys that don't run with all the stolen bases, he's got them in action. So here's Bird. He's 1 for 3. Infield in.
Outfield straight away.
Ball gets back away. He got a shot. And he got it. Good stretch dive right there by Tyler.
And sometimes you get lucky, as this ball caromed right back to Tyler, and then he realized he'd be better off taking it himself as opposed to a flip. It came right back to him. He does beat him to the plate. The tag's on the foot. That's the third man the Sox have retired at home plate. You can go a long time between seeing that happen in one game.
So now, 2 out with a man on third. And the count 1-2. Well, Brian Price is not going to do what Chuck Tanner did with Oakland back in 1976. He stole 341 bases.
He's got speed, but he didn't have that much speed.
But the thing about Tanner that year, he had guys, Gene Tennis stole 20. He had guys that couldn't run stealing bases. He got him, held on to it. Good job by Tyler. So they do not. They threaten, can't score. It is still 3-1 Cincinnati.
season long by visiting whitesox.com/connect today. Big inning, because if you don't tie him up here or take the lead, Chapman's coming in the game. He have the 103-mile-an-hour fastball.
First pitch strike. Micah has struck out and then looped out to short. 3-9-0 for the Reds. 1-4-2 for our Sox in the first of this doubleheader. In the first of this 3-game set. The conclusion tomorrow afternoon. Takes it up, takes the strike, and the count 1-2.
And Jennings losing in the pen. Cueto has been changing speeds brilliantly with each and every one of his pitches.
He's got time. One out.
Might not want to loop it over there, but he got it there.
Well, as I mentioned, I said he is fun to watch. I mean, as I said, the first time I've seen him live, I've seen him obviously on TV, but
he can do it.
Like Louis Tiant. Louis was fun to play against. He would do things out there too. I mean, his motion was incredible, and I'm sure Cueto's been a disciple, so to speak, of Mario Soto, and I'm surprised he hadn't thrown more changeups, because Soto had one of the best changeups in the history of the game.
Well, Cueto hasn't used it a lot, but when he's used it, it's been effective today.
Yeah.
That was a changeup to Micah Johnson, and what I like is he changes speeds with all of his pitches. Even if you guess the pitch, you can't guess the velocity.
Well, when you're
Makes it doubly
changing
tough.
speeds on all your pitches like he does, hitters don't like that. And then you're changing your motion. You don't know which motion you're going to get. Hitters don't like that. Ergo.
Tough.
Cueto.
A 2.25
Yeah.
ERA last year. And this year it's coming down. He started this game at 2.72. That was because of the 5 he gave up against the Braves. But this is his 7th start. And he is the ace of this staff. There's no doubt about that.
He can be the ace of a lot of staffs. Adam. And quickly. 2 out.
You take a look at the range on the 4-seam fastball. 88 to 94. He can actually get it high as 97 if he needs it. He hasn't needed it. The changeup, 81 to 89. 2-seam fastball, which is the one that moves in and down to the right-hand hitter, 89 to 94. He's been something.
That one at 82. And taken for a strike. Melky 0 for 3. He's lined out to center, and twice he has bounced out to Negron at first base. Souvenir left side. .555 right now. Probably be 20 minutes between games. And it'll be Carlos Rodon against Jason Marquis. So make your plans. Come on out. See game 2 of this doubleheader. And tomorrow, Johnny Danks against Michael Lorenzen. What that quick pitch does, and he's doing a variation of that as well.
Just puts another thing into the mind of the hitter.
Well, it disrupts your
Yep.
It disrupts your timing.
That almost disrupted his helmet. And that was a quick pitch.
Well, that was a slower quick pitch.
Nope.
He's got different speeds.
He's gone up and in a few times to Melky.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's part of his arsenal.
Yeah. As he got him. We're into the ninth. We need 2 to tie.
In 2015 with MLB.com at bat. Stay connected to the White Sox all season with the MLB.TV Game of the Day. In-game highlights, live look-ins, replay previews, radio broadcasts, and more. Browse the app's new features, including StatCast tracking, videos, and bilingual access for Spanish-speaking fans. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
All right, let's hold them right here and try to get whoever. It's that big left-hander out that bullpen as Dan Jennings comes on.
Jennings on for the 12th time. His ERA 3.38. He's been very good out of the pen. As you can see, right-handers have done a worse job against the lefty than the left-handers, and he's kept the ball in the ballpark. And he's got to go right through the heart of the order and hold them right there with a 2-run deficit.
That's up high to Frazier, who was 1 for 2. There's a base hit right back through the middle. That's a good job of hitting right there. Short arms.
Well, it seems that the 240 batting average is not going to stay there long for Todd Frazier, because he's got a pretty good idea what he's doing up there, and he's been on base 4 times this afternoon.
Well, we talk about it all the time. You show me a guy can hit with short arms, and I'll show you a pretty good hitter. Tough out. Jay Bruce, 1 for 4 with an RBI. Frazier has a stolen base already today. He's 4 for 4 this season. And the Reds on the year are 36 for 38. Frazier is one of those guys that likes to get that walking lead.
Yeah, that's one of the things you can't afford for a base runner to do, and that is keep his momentum. You have to make sure he's stationary. If you allow him to walk into that lead, it's going to be really tough to throw him out. Regardless of how long it takes, you have to make sure that he's stationary.
They can't get that. The count 0-2. And a couple of guys on the left. Chris Wells on the right. George Mann. Two terrific announcers and two terrific guys.
George has been around seemingly forever.
47 years.
He's on a smaller schedule these days.
47 years in the booth.
Yeah, he's a good one. And he enjoys what he's doing.
And aged a bit.
Doesn't seem like it.
He just had a tough youth, you know.
I saw him in 1979, and he looks the same as he looked when I saw him then.
I know it.
I know whatever he's doing, he should keep on doing it.
And the dirt. And he's going to get in. So it'll be a wild pitch, and the leadoff man at second.
That's what really helps you to have that aggressive secondary lead. Then if a pitch is in the dirt, you take off and there's very little chance. Tyler does a pretty good job here of blocking it, knocking it down, but no chance at all at second base. You see the momentum, and then as soon as it's in the dirt, he's off to the races and in at second easily.
Well, the best we've ever had on our team, the White Sox uniform, but that was Jose Valentin. Ozzie was good at it as well, but Valentin was the best we've seen.
Yeah, if you can do that, you're going to take some bags that you ordinarily would not get.
Who's trying to pull that one, trying to hook it? He gone. No, not yet. Now he is, but Frazier moves into third.
Heads up base running by Todd Frazier.
These guys are good.
Well, they're taking advantage of everything that the Sox have given them today. Frazier notices that the ball gets away. And when he does that, he knows that Tyler is going to be scrambling to get the out at first base. So he's in at third and force the infield in at all four positions again.
Phillips takes ball one. And of course, that is one of the great announcers in baseball history. Hall of Famer Marty Brennaman.
Marty's son Tom, who I partnered with for a while.
Terrific announcer.
He's not here. Tom can do every sport. He's magnificent in football. Decided to take this series off, but what a great father-son combination. And Marty Brennaman, to a certain extent, is as much of the face of the Cincinnati Reds as anybody around. He's been there seemingly forever. Great voice, great presentation, and a real interesting character. I've had some great times with Marty over the years.
I've always liked him because he told it like it was.
Oh, he still does. Still does.
He always will, as long as it's behind point south. 2-1 to count. Landon Phillips. And it is 4-1.
RBI number 15. And one of the things that makes it so difficult with Brandon Phillips is that he doesn't strike out very often. So if you put the bat on the ball, even if you don't have the power you might have once had, good things are going to happen.
There's Pena. He's 2 for 3. Yeah, but this is Marty's 51st year in the booth.
And he started when he was 40.
His 42nd in Cincinnati. There's a strike.
And if you have a choice, and you usually don't, you want to face Pena from the right side.
If you're just tuning in, they have 4 runs on 11 hits. We have 1 run on 4 hits. Johnny Cueto has really pitched well. Only run, a homer by Alexei, is 100th of his career in the 7th. And the count 3-1. And if you're just getting home tuning in, we've got another one after this one.
You might want to see Carlos Rodon making his first major league start. That should be an interesting game.
Phillips on point. Strike. And a full count.
Umpires don't really like when a hitter does this. First of all, it had the strike zone. Second of all, he is a catcher who would like to see his pitcher get some strikes from John Hirschbeck. So I think Brian knows that it wasn't a particularly good move.
And if it's close, he better be swinging. But it wasn't that close. So 2 on.
And Don Cooper coming out. He wants a word with Jennings. Johnny Cueto is in his 8th year in the major leagues. He's one of the premier pitchers in all of baseball. Had a 19-9 year in 2012. Last year 20-9. And yet, including this year to this point, he's had 10 career complete games. Now he most likely can complete this one. We'll have to see if Brian Price will allow him to do that.
Well, the last few seasons he hadn't need to when you had that Chapman out there in the bullpen.
No, he was. Aroldis Chapman is a tremendous weapon. The odds are they're not trading him anytime soon, but he would bring a bundle on the open market.
There's a breaking ball strike to Cozart, who's 1 for 4. Well, if you're just joining us, Joey Votto did not play because he had a 1-game suspension. He will be there in the nightcap. And you stick Votto in this lineup, it changes things entirely.
Votto's having a big bounce back year because he had some problems last year. Not a typical Votto year. He had 255, only had 6 home runs, only drove in 23, only played in 62 games because he was injured a great deal. But this year, completely different. Votto has been a very big factor. He's rebounded to 311 with 7 home runs and 18 driven in. And when he's healthy and unsuspended, it's really good.
Well, he's one of the best hitters in that league. Slight gap out there in right center. And there's a little looper going foul. Down hangs at 0-2. Block. Tyler's had a busy day behind the plate.
He's had a lot of pitches in the dirt.
A bunch.
Also made some very good plays and tagging people out at the plate. 3 putouts.
3 of them.
Catchers don't usually see 3 putouts in the same game.
That's a final from Cleveland as Minnesota. Twinkies rolling. 18-13. They beat the Tribe 7-4.
There was 29 hits in that game. Perkins with his 11th save, and the last man he retired, Ryan Rayburn.
Another nice block by Flowers. Atlanta has come back to tie Washington at 6. That game in the bottom of the 9th.
And there is Aroldis Chapman. Probably the biggest fastball in the game since he's come into the league.
Talking to some Reds people yesterday, and they said that when he first joined the club, he'd come in as a rule throwing 94, 95, 96. And he's gotten to the point now he comes in, he's throwing 101, 102, sometimes 103.
There was some talk out of spring training a few years back where they were considering starting him.
There go the runners. And that'll load him up.
That talk of starting him quickly dissipated as the Reds got to be contenders, and knowing that you might start Chapman and use him once every 5 days. But leaving that bullpen as a closer, he's not infallible, but he's close, and he's a much more potent weapon if this team is in the race.
So Jennings has walked his second man this inning. And here's Shoemaker, who is 2 for 4. in on the fist. Kansas City over the Tigers 6-2 at Comerica Park. Guthrie over Sanchez. Jeremy now 2-2. Sanchez 2-4.
I think those teams have split their last 6 right down the middle.
Toronto beat Boston 7-1 as there is 1-1 to count. Encarnacion hit his 5th home run in that game. Donaldson 3 for 5, hitting at .320. And there's a base hit. They're going to hold Pena at third as one more scores, and it's 5-1. So the walks.
Three hits for a man that doesn't get a whole lot of starts. Shoemaker drives this one into left field. And the inning rolls along. It's out of a save situation now. So we'll see if, in fact, we do see Chapman. Most likely not.
Negron has walked twice, flied to left, and struck out. And he takes ball one.
A lot of work in one inning as Dan ready to throw his 31st.
Count evens.
Not the fastest group on the bases.
It's all yours, Dan. No activity as the count moves to 3-1. And it's 6-1.
First run batted in for Negron this year. And he does it the quiet way.
Now we're going to get some activity.
Jake Petrichka loosening up. Hamilton, a much better hitter from the right side than he is from the left. Just about 100 points difference. But he's been on base a couple of times, and when he gets on base to lead off an inning, it is really difficult to stop him from scoring. That's exactly what he did with the walk leading off the 7th.
Infield is in. And there's ball one.
And the biggest problem when you're not throwing strikes is you're not going to get the close pitch. Last pitch was close, but a touch out of the zone.
Three and 0.
I think Tyler wants to know if Jennings is hurt or just frustrated.
So here comes Robin and Hermy.
He had a very pained expression on his face when he delivered the last pitch. And for him, this has really been uncharacteristic wildness. So,
yeah, I mean, talking about spring training on.
No, he's been awfully good and he's throwing strikes. So you wonder. Apparently, he's telling Hermy, I think he's okay. We're not sure if this is just frustration or he's feeling some pain.
Well, Washington won that ballgame 8-6. Bryce Harper, 2-run homer.
That's 6 in 3 games.
And there's the strike. Hamilton struck out at an infield single, got into the second, walked, stole a base, and has a sacrifice bunt. That's in the center field. And it's 7-1.
5th run batted into the year for Hamilton. He's kind of a slap hitter from the left side, but he's got a little authority from the right side. And now Robin comes out, and that's going to be it for Jennings.
So the first bad outing since he's had a White Sox uniform for Dan Jennings. We hope he is okay. He'll depart. Jake comes on, and we'll be back.
And he's come in to nail down the final out. On for the 8th time. 0-1 ERA, 4.32. He inherits runners at the corners, but now it's a 6-run deficit.
Here's Marlon Byrd. A walk, a ground out to third, a single, fly out to center, a strikeout. Outfield straight up, spread out. Runners at the corners. And that ball hit hard. And gone. So it's 10-1.
He got a first ball fastball. It was low and in. It's a lot easier to drop the head of the bat on a pitch inside than it is one outside. And Marlin hit his 6th home run. He's now driven in 17 this year. A renaissance year for Marlon Byrd. Our Ford home run replay. Low fastball down and in and gone. 10-1.
Here's the man who started this inning with a single. Todd Frazier, 2 for 3 in this ball game. Also was hit by a pitch, stole a base, and walked. Seven runs here in the top of the 9th. It's off the end of the bat. And that'll do it. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Trailing by 9.
Light, and we're going to show you the only bright spot today for the Sox. Alexei Ramirez came up in the 7th inning with 2 outs, and he hit a home run, number 100 of his career. And that is our Miller moment. Otherwise, it's been fairly bleak this afternoon as Cueto is still out there. Now he's got the 9-run lead. And as you can see, through 8 and through 107 pitches, he's been brilliant. Just the 1 walk, just 4 hits. The 1 earned run is the home run that he threw to Alexei. Other than that, he's been way, way too much Cueto today.
So Abreu, LaRoche, Garcia. Cueto looks like one of those guys. He could go 12 or 13 if he wanted to.
Well, today, certainly, after a little pressure in the first inning, he's been coasting ever since.
First inning, we had a leadoff double by Adam Eaton. Line drive deep to center field by Cabrera, got into third. And then Negron made a real good catch over the shoulder, foul territory on Abreu, so that was 2 out. A walk to LaRoche, and then Abaciel popped up to Negron. 1-1 the count.
As this game is moving along, Cueto has thrown more and more changeups.
This will be pitch number 110. He did not go. Out of play right side. Bryce Harper. Now 11 home runs. That's way back. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. A ball.
Home run number 6. RBI number 17. 2 solo homers account for the scoring. Our 4th home run replay, and that's 3 straight changes in a row. The 3rd of which is hit a long way. Way over the State Farm and Comcast side.
That's the longest one we've seen yet this year. This park.
Yeah, that one was beaten.
Adam can't get it. One and two. And that's high.
441, the estimated distance of that home run. J.J. Hoover throwing in the bullpen.
There's ball 4. Second walk issued by Cueto. And here comes Brian Price.
Well, he's walking out seemingly to give Cueto the opportunity, and Cueto says, I can finish it off. So he's got an 8-run lead, but you don't want to extend your guy if, in fact, he tells you he's tiring. He had Hoover up in the pen, but he decided to let Johnny try to end it himself.
So here's Avi. He's popped to first, grounded to short, and struck out last time up. That's into right field. And it's going to get by him. Down into the corner. So Adam now is going to be held at third on the double by Garcia. That's his 5th two-bagger.
Jay Bruce can't get to this slicing line drive. It's slicing toward the line. And he can't get it and can't knock it down.
There was his fastball, and he's underneath it, fouls it back. 0-2. Carlos Rodon in game 2 of this doubleheader coming up next. So if you're in the area, come on out. His first major league start. This will be pitch number 123 coming up.
His career high, 125, 2 starts ago.
That ball lined hard into right, but Jay Bruce is there. Gets it back in. Well, LaRoche scores. And it's 10-3, and here comes Brian Price.
So Cueto cannot complete it. And it was a very good day for him. He's frustrated with himself because he couldn't get out of the 9th inning. But a few Reds fans in attendance think it was a pretty good performance. So we'll step out and be back after these messages.
He's a good one.
The pen is J.J. Hoover. This year he's doing pretty well. 2-0, 3.86 ERA, and this is his 12th appearance. Last year it was dismal. 1-10. He appeared in, well, a lot of games, 54 of them, but his ERA was up close to 5.
Here's Alexei. He's 2 for 3 with his 100th home run. Takes strike one.
J.B. Shuck is in the on-deck circle.
Just joining us, they scored 2 in the 6th to take a 2-0 lead. They made it 3-0 with 1 in the 7th. Alexei's homer made it 3-1. And they scored 7 times in the top half of this inning. Who was a big man, 6'3", 246 pounds.
He is a big man, but wait till you get a look at Jumbo Diaz. When you get a nickname like Jumbo, you are a large fellow. And Diaz is all that.
Well, there's such a thing as an oxymoron.
There
so
is.
You're either really large or really small, one of the two.
Well, you tell me when he comes in.
Nice play by Kozak.
Good
nice
play. It came very close at first base with Negron to coming off the bag. Cozart is a masterful defensive shortstop.
Well, I'm just glad to see us pick up some runs to get a little mo going into game 2, which will be coming up. Hopefully 20 minutes after this one is concluded. So here's Shuck hitting for Flowers. Tyler was 0 for 3 and was a busy guy behind that plate today. 3 putouts, blocked a lot of pitches. And there's strike 1. Very quickly 0-2.
Cueto went 8 1/3, charged with all 4 runs on just 6 hits, walked a pair, and fanned 7.
Shot for 2, Hopper. And this ball game is over. So they score 7 times in the top of the 9th. And that put it away as they win it 10-4. But Carlos Rodon in game 2.
Looking forward to seeing the young man in his first major league start.
And our player of the game is the 29-year-old right-hander who was really good, Johnny Cueto, our player of the game. So for my partner Steve Stone, our director Jim Angio, our producer John Walgren, our associate producer Dave Ross, our technical manager Mark Harper, also for the mayor Mean Joe Groove, and for Mike Mayer, Frank Leone, Doug Bullard, Wynn Griffiths, and our executive producer Jim Cornell Jr. This is a Hawk. So long, everybody. You've been watching White Sox baseball on Comcast Sports Network. Avisail Garcia, Melky Cabrera and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Todd Frazier and Brian Price's Cincinnati Reds. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this 3-game setting, Game 2 of this doubleheader. If you missed the opener, they scored 7 times in the top of the 9th inning. We scored 3 in the bottom half. We lost that ball game 10-4. But tonight, in Game 2, Carlos Rodon in his Major League starting debut.
We've seen him in relief 3 times. The first time, not so good. The next 2 times, pretty good. This was against the Indians. This is against the Orioles, where he looked very good in 1 inning of work. And this was against the Twins, where he was pretty impressive. But tonight, for the first time, he goes to the mound as a starter. He's been a lifetime starter. Let's see if he can get it done, because the Sox would dearly love to split this doubleheader.
And we will have a guy playing against us who did not play in the first game.
Joey Votto has served his suspension. He's going to be in the game in the second game. He's hitting .311. He's hit 7 home runs, driven in 18. He's one of their best. And with him out of the lineup, they usually can't produce a whole lot of runs. That was not the case in the first game, however, but they breathe a sigh of relief that Joey Votto is back. And we'll see how he fares against a very tough left-hander in Carlos Rodon.
All right. Sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way. Chicago White Sox baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. By Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, now at your Honda dealer. By Subway, make a smart play for savory subs this season. Score more flavor at Subway restaurants. Subway, eat fresh. By Ford, America's best-selling brand, inviting you to go further in our fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your Ford store or at your local FordStores.com. And by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit Hyundai.com.
Just too much. In fact, for the longest time, he'd only given up 1 run on 4 hits before finally tiring in the 9th inning. But Cueto was in command. He changed speeds with everything. He kept the ball up, down, in, out. And you could sit on one pitch, but you never knew the velocity. So he topped out at 94 miles an hour, had a good straight change. And for Johnny Cueto, he evened his record at 3-3 and showed that he is the ace of this staff. He did give up a couple of solo homers, 1 to Ramirez, 1 to Abreu, and that was it. So we'll step out, be back with the second game of this doubleheader after these messages. Sports. So a chilly day at the ballpark, 47 degrees, but the rains have stayed away. And it's up to Carlos Rodon to twirl a gem and get a split of this doubleheader. Too much Johnny Cueto in the opener. Cincinnati was running wild on the base paths. That's something that they do with the best in baseball. And they certainly showed the running game to the Sox in the opener. There is Jason Marquis, who's 3-1, but his ERA is way up there. The last time he pitched in this ballpark, he was wearing a Cardinal uniform, and he didn't fare very well. So as the Sox take the field, let's take a look at how Brian Price is going to line up his Reds for the second game. Billy Hamilton, who stole a base in the opener, is leading it off, and it's Marlon Byrd, who had a home run. Joey Votto, after serving his one-game suspension in the opener, back in the lineup with Todd Frazier, who did a terrific job in Game 1. Brandon Phillips, Devin Mesoraco, who normally is the #1 catcher, but because of a hip problem, he's the DH in this one. Brendan Bosch, you might remember him from the Detroit Tigers. And it's Tucker Barnhart and Zach Kozak winding it up. The defense, and how they'll line up behind Carlos Rodon, left to right, Melky Cabrera, Adam Eaton, and Avisail Garcia. In the infield, Gordon Beckham at third base with Alexi Ramirez, who hit his 100th home run in the opener. Then it's Emilio Bonifacio, Adam LaRoche at first with Giovanni Soto behind the plate, and Carlos Rodon, his first of what we hope to be many major league starts. His ERA, 2.84. Opponent sitting 360. That was largely from one appearance. With 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, he'll be much better than that. So he starts off, as all starters do, with a clean inning, and he's very happy to have that happen. The umpires for the game tonight, Bill Welke behind the plate, DJ Rayburn at first, John Tumpane at second, and Pat Hoberg is at third. So Cincinnati comes into this now a game over 500. The Sox come into this at 10-16. Gio throws it down to second base. The Sox are throwing it around the infield. We were promised a 7:20 start time, and it appears that it's going to be very close to right on the button. So a little pep talk from Giovanni Soto to his rookie left-hander in his first major league start. So you realize he's got to have some butterflies, and hopefully he gets the ball in the zone. But we're ready to play baseball. I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
And we are ready for a win. So that's
indeed.
And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here over WGN Sports. So happy you could join us. And the first pitch of the ball game from our young southpaw is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball down low. Hamilton is a speed burner. And that pitch is low. So very quickly, 2-0. You don't want to walk this guy.
Now you walk this guy leading off any inning. It's tantamount to a double, and more times than not, a run scored.
And it counts 3-0. Well, we're seeing more and more about it. Since the game has changed, this is not the same game that was played 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 50 years ago. This game is going more towards speed and bullpens. So there's the strike. We saw enough base on balls in that first game. Hamilton had one hit, an RBI. And there's a full count.
He's rushing it up there at 94 on the fastball. Hamilton, a little better hitter from the right side than the left.
Walks the wrong man. And we saw that Brian Price, the skipper, if he gets a chance, he's going to try to run you behind right out of the yard.
He's got the burners to do it. And they seem to get it done.
Cincinnati is 36 for 38 in stolen bases. So here's Marlon Byrd. He had a 3-run homer. That coming in the top of the 9th inning when they scored 7 times. There's the strike. He was 2 for 5 in that game 1.
Little soft toss over just to let Hamilton know that Carlos is thinking about him.
There's a slider strike and the count 0-2 from our 22-year-old southpaw. Carlos is a big guy, 6'3", 235. Just a short lead by Hamilton. He doesn't need to get a real big one. And there you go. Attaboy, just hold the ball on him. If you don't have a real good move, Carlos doesn't have a real good move over the first. But if you don't have a real good move, the best thing you can do is just hold the ball.
Anything you can to disrupt the rhythm of a premier base stealer, and Hamilton is that.
Good pitch, did not get it.
Tried a backdoor slider, and it had part of the plate. Did not get the benefit of the call from Bill Welke.
No, that was a good strike. There he goes. Ball gets away. Now he's going to go to third.
Gets a stolen base, and these guys just don't stop. Unless you force them to stop, they're not going to stop. It's a stolen base and a passed ball.
That's why you can't walk him.
Nope. He looks back, picks it up, realizing that he can fly to third with no play. He does just that.
You're playing against Cincinnati. The only thing you can hope for is Hamilton gets a couple strawberries.
It might be the only thing that can slow him down.
Yep, that's right. Well, he had him struck out. Maybe that wouldn't have happened, but it did. He didn't get the call. Two.
Robin not knowing what to expect out of his young left-hander in his first major league start, but obviously hoping for the best.
Full count. So a full count to Hamilton, a full count to Bird.
That wasn't all that bad, but it's ball 4, so it's 2 men, 2 walks. Take a look where the 8 appears. The breaking ball. We've seen that one called on occasion. It was not called this time. So the youngster's in a hole with runners at the corners and nobody out.
Well, forget about the guy at third. Just try to get the hitter. Watch Bird at first. Bird's only attempted 1 stolen base and he was successful. So here's Votto. Did not play in game 1.
Votto's striking out more these days than normal, but he's walked 18 times, fanned 23 times. Anytime you're up near the same number with walks and strikeouts, you're doing a pretty good job of it. And historically, Votto hits as many, if not more, line drives than any hitter in baseball.
Votto, 31 years old, 6'2", 221 pounds. Grew up in Canada. Was born in Toronto.
We talk about Votto with line drives. His percentage this year is right around 30% of the time he'll hit a line drive. Major league average, a little over 20%.
Two and one. So this will be the 18th pitch with nobody out here in the top of the first. Fouls that away. So the count evens at 2. He gone. Strikes out a tough man. 1 out.
Throws him a slider. That's going to be the wipeout pitch to lefties and righties. It doesn't matter. And he just overmatched a pretty good hitter who was choking up on the bat and still couldn't make contact with a 90-mile-an-hour slider. Now, Carlos will throw a couple of different speeds of that. But if he gets to the point where he can wipe you out, not too many people are going to hit that.
And here's the cleanup hitter, Todd Frazier. He was 2 for 4 in the first game. Pretty good hack at that one.
Frazier's grounded into 4 double plays this year. A 5th would be welcome. Beckham over toward the line, playing him as a dead pull hitter.
Well, here's where Hamilton, if he knows what to do, and they put the play on with Marlon Byrd, can steal home. And by that I mean Marlon would get over there and take a stumble step, get Rodon to throw over on a set play, and Hamilton scoots into the plate.
One of the other things you got to be wary of, and that is if you're going to make a pickoff move to first, put something on the throw, because Hamilton is fast enough where if you loop it over there, just a casual throw to first to chase Byrd back, Hamilton's going to score.
There he goes, and that pitch is popped up. And then he's going to shuffle it. Yes! Doubles him up, so he pitches out of it. And after a half inning of play, it's the Reds nothing, and our guys coming to bat.
At the top with LaRoche, Garcia, and Ramirez in the middle. Beckham, Soto, and Bonifacio rounding it out. Alexei hit number 100 in game one. The defense and how they'll line up behind Marquis. It's Byrd, Hamilton, and Bosch in the outfield with Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, and Votto in the infield. Tucker Barnhart behind the plate, and Jason Marquis on the hill. He's 3-1 this year. His ERA, it's up there. It's up over 5. Opponents hitting .295, which is a big number. Control has been okay. Strikeouts have been somewhat surprising, and he is a veteran right-handed starter.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. That pitch is called a strike. He's 36 years old, 6'1", 220. Is that little flipper into left field, and that's out number 1.
Let's take a look at that double play that ended the first inning and got Carlos out of some problems. It's a hit and run. Popped up, and Byrd didn't locate it right away. Quick flip as Bonifacio alertly covers the bag, and they make the double play out of the inning and no runs.
They ran themselves into a run in first inning in game 1 and ran themselves out of a run in game 2.
They're going to keep running. We know that. That's not going to stop them.
Say, they're a fun club to watch. That Cueto is a fun guy to watch. I'd rather watch him on highlights against somebody else. So
you'd probably rather watch him than hit against him, because he appears to be pretty tough. That changeup isn't the equalizer.
Well, again, he's working with Soto, Mario Soto, who had one of the best the game has ever seen.
Yes, he did.
Frazier. Ray Knight look-alike. 2 out. So right now let's check out our picks to click. Mangio, our director crew, with Ausio. He's going with Beckham. And the Bertucci boys, it was nice to see them downstairs in between games. Bobby, Bruno, Gang. Handsome Anthony wasn't there. We're going to go with Alexi.
You think Bobby stays tan throughout the winter also? Think Bobby stays tan throughout the winter also?
No question.
I've never seen him without a tan.
Well, he's got a suntan place right around the corner.
He is the tan man.
He is. He's a handsome man. As the way you can't get it in the count 0-2. 441-foot home run he hit. In the first game, in the bottom of the ninth inning, longest one we've seen hit here this year. And if you did not see it, poof.
It was 3 straight changes in a row, the third of which was a bomb. Not recommended to throw this man 3 of the same pitches consecutively.
He just missed it. Cozart. So that's a 1-2-3 inning, and after 1, no score. Long time. Brandon Phillips, the second baseman. Sitting at 308, 1 homer, 15 knocked in. Between Phillips and Robinson Cano over the last few years, we've probably seen more of them on highlight films at second base than anybody else.
Well, Phillips has slowed down a touch, but he is still an excellent second baseman. And along with Cozart, it's a good double play combination.
That's poked out into short right field.
Join us at U.S. Cellular Field for an exciting White Sox baseball season. The Pick 7 plan offers a flexible 7-game plan that features savings off individual game tickets. Plans start as low as $55. So for tickets or more information, visit whitesox.com or call 312-674-1000.
Kevin Mesoraco. He's got a impingement in his hip. He's a catcher and he can't squat. So he's a DH.
He missed his bat. Last year he hit 25 homers. That was the most by any catcher in baseball. But with the hip problem, obviously the production is way down. And they're hoping he can get back because He's one of the main ingredients of this team.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to add the fact that besides can't catch, if you can't bend over, it's very, very tough to swing that bat.
I would think so, especially generating any power. But he is a very strong young man.
Pretty good pitch, didn't get it. That was a strike. Ate him up. That's a fair ball. And 2 down.
It's going to be difficult, at least as umpires get their first look at Carlos Rodon, is not giving up on the slider, because especially when he throws at 90 miles an hour, it's late, it's quick breaking, and you have a tendency to give up on a pitch that can be in the zone. But again, they're getting their first look at Carlos, and we'll see how it works out. He can't be distracted by that, however. I think he's got a terrific pitching disposition and doesn't seem to be upset by too many things.
On the other side of the page, I think he's like the duck in the water.
Yeah.
Calm on top and those little feet paddling like heck underneath. He's a competitor.
Well, there's no doubt with his arm, his size, his demeanor, and pitching acumen, he's going to be very good. But getting experience is a difficult thing when you haven't had a whole lot of it.
Brennan Bosch got a different setup at the plate than when he was wearing that Tiger uniform.
He had a couple of good runs at it with the Tigers. He always had a nose-to-toe strike zone. If he still possesses that, he's going to strike out a lot.
His first year with Detroit, he had some big home runs.
Yes, he did.
Some game winners. Here's the 1-1. Have to get a new piece of maple. It's a lot easier to say.
Yeah, fortunately, they did change the components of the bats these days. But although the maple bats appear to be livelier, they do break very easily.
Gap out there in right center. He go. Second strikeout. 1-2-3 inning. And we'll go to the bottom of the second, still scoreless.
Game day, and you might be today's White Sox fan of the game. White Sox fan photo of the game is brought to you by Beggar's Pizza, now with 22 locations. Visit beggarspizza.com. Beggar's Pizza. They lay it on thick.
Adam LaRoche to face the 36-year-old veteran right-hander. Rips it into right field for a base hit. So you can cancel the post-game show.
Jason Marquis has been around a long time. Started his career back in '96 with the Atlanta Braves. This fastball is probably a little bit higher than he would have liked, especially if he was going to keep it away. It turns into a line drive.
When he first came up, we saw him. His ball moved all over the place, like McDougal.
He's had some pretty good years, and he's with his 8th major league team. He got to the big leagues in 2000 with Atlanta. Then he went to St. Louis, where he had a 15-7 year in 2004. That was his best season by far of his career. Comes into play today with a lifetime record of 124 wins, 115 losses. And one of the things that he does best, and we won't see it here, is he can hit.
Didn't get it upstairs, and the count 1-2. And he throws it away.
He was able to scramble back and
But
get
he
his
got
foot
the
on
foot.
the bag.
Yep. So now John Tumpane, umpire at second base. Now let's see.
Right there, and watch the foot. Looked like he got the bag.
Yeah, it looks like he just did get him.
It's a rare bad throw from Kozar. Last year, if you look at any of the metrics, he penciled out to be the best in baseball.
That's good play by Brandon Phillips.
Well, that shows you his athletic ability that we've seen a number of times, as you said, in a lot of highlight reels.
It's tough to stretch out to make that catch like he did, and then also
and
move
get
your foot back.
Yeah.
Alexei, his 100th homer in game 1.
One of the reasons why Marquis is still in the league is the movement on the fastball. Because even though it's not near as fast as it used to be, it still moves pretty well.
When we first saw him, it was almost weird.
A very lively arm in those days. We talked about that 04 year in St. Louis. Later went 15-13 in 09 with Colorado in that ballpark. Had an ERA of just 4.04, so he's had some pretty good years. Don't want to take too many liberties with Barnhart. He's a good receiver. He's a very good call it, catch it, throw it, and block it guy, which is what you want your backup catcher to be. He's taking a look over to see what they might want with Marquis, whether they want him to throw to first, use a slide step.
.48 degrees as we speak.
Tucker Barnhart. Not big for a catcher. 5'11", 190.
There he goes. That ball hit high and deep. Stretch. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. 2-run shot by Alexei, and it's a 2-0 Sox lead.
Waited a long time for home run number 100. That came in the first game. And working on the second 100 immediately. 2 home runs. He's now driven in 13. And that fastball was thigh high, inner portion, a towering home run, and no chance as Bird runs out of room. That one just kept carrying.
First pitch strike to Gordon. So the Bertucci boys, Bobby Bruno, Handsome Anthony, and the gang, they're picked to click. A 2-run home.
That's the 5th home run Marquis given up in a little over 30 innings of work. And granted, he throws in a ballpark in Cincinnati that's a homer haven, as is this one here.
That ball hit hard. Cozart from the knees. Strong throw. Wow. And another Hang Wolfham for Beckham.
Last year, with a .988 fielding percentage, the Reds led all of baseball defensively. And we talked to you about how good Cozart is. This is not only a tough play, but he gets a whole lot on it from his knees.
You're not going to see, I don't care who it is, you're not going to see many shortstops get more on it than that from his knees.
No. There's one guy in Atlanta, Andrelton Simmons.
Well, we got one here too that can do it. But that that was impressive. I'll tell you, we have around baseball now just a bunch of good young talent. Wow. Look at all the good shortstops around.
Well, that's one of the positions that there is an abundance of.
High in the right field. So that'll do it. But the 2-run homer knocks in Abimael Garcia by Alexi Ramirez and his 2-0 good guys. For their guys, it'll be Tucker Barnhart. Be Barnhart, Cozart, then back to the top of the order with Hamilton. Souvenir right side.
If Carlos can start pumping strike one and locate his fastball to both sides of the plate, he's going to be very tough to deal with. He's got a very live arm.
1-1.
If you missed it in the first game, Hector Nuese started, then took a line drive off his hip less than only an inning and 2/3.
And it was a rocket.
Back to game one. A line drive off the bat of Billy Hamilton, and I mean, it got him square. Knocked the glove off his hand. Nobody wound up scoring. That being said, he had the lead. So the starting rotation, with suspensions and injuries, getting a touch thin, which makes this performance by Rodon even more important.
2-2 pitch. He gone. Slider.
It's going to travel around the league fairly quickly, and that is, you better beat him on his fastball, because there are not too many people going to beat him on this. This is 85. He's got one at 90, and he throws a few in between. So again, you can guess a pitch if you want. You just can't guess the velocity.
Zach Cozart. Cozart had a couple runs scored and an RBI in the first game. Can't get there. Boy, you talking about a duck snort. There is the poster child.
That's the first hit he's ever given up as a starter in the big leagues.
Well, let's face it. That game he had the tough outing in, he had 2 broken bat base hits. One by Ryan Rayburn.
And this little looper just over Bonifacio's outstretched glove.
But when you got stuff like he's got, he's going to give up a lot of broken bat hits.
He's going to do that, and he's going to strike out a lot of people.
Yeah. Here's Hamilton. He walked, stole a base.
Hamilton looking down to Jim Riggleman, for former Major League manager, former Cubs manager, among other teams, and now the third base coach of the Reds.
That fastball at 94. Good pitch there, didn't get it. So he certainly is not getting anything from Welke. Nothing. Nada.
That one had the outside corner. Certainly was high enough, but didn't get it.
Pretty good hack. This guy on first base just swings the bat pretty good. 2-2.
Much better right-handed swing than left-handed. Left-handed, he just tries to swat at it.
Yeah,
although
tell Hector that.
The one he hit at USA that was a rocket, but he doesn't usually do that too much from the left side. Cozart had a stolen base in the first game. He's not a burner, but he does have decent speed. He's 3 for 3 in the stolen base department.
Well, you can't tell from one game, but from the game one we saw, they know how to run the bases as well. And that's another little duck snort.
It's become apparent that Emilio's playing him too low.
Wow.
Both of those bases just barely over the glove of Emilio. This is a rolling breaking ball. Hamilton doesn't get a whole lot of it, just enough.
Could have caught that one with a pair of tweezers. So here's Bird. He walked.
Nice stop by Soto. And as the story goes, Walt Jocketty, the fine general manager of the Cincinnati Reds, wanted Marlon Byrd for some time. Tried to trade for him a few times, and nothing really seemed to work. But he did get a shot at him in the wintertime and brought him to the ball club.
Milo's got to hang out around, or Hamilton's going to go. Or excuse me, Cozart's going to go.
What we saw from the Reds in the first game was a lot of their base stealers like moving jumps. They're moving toward the next base. And I don't know how Giovanni caught that one.
I don't know how he didn't hit him.
And yes, and I'm not sure how it missed Marlon Byrd.
So 2-1 to count.
Take a look at Soto. And that fastball goes behind Byrd, and Soto catches it. He couldn't see it, but he caught it.
Three and one.
Bonifacio went over to have a word with Cozart.
Threw that one by him at 96.
I think Byrd is very unhappy with himself because that one was up and out of the strike zone. He expanded that zone, and now it's a full count. Take a look at the Xfinity pitch tracks. He realizes it was probably ball four.
So that's the fourth walk issued by Carlos. And that'll load him up. We saw 3 walks in the top of the 9th inning in game 1. Excuse me, that's 3 walks. He walked Hamilton to lead off. He walked Byrd in the first inning, and he walks Byrd again. So that's 3 walks. We saw 3 in the top of the 9th inning when they scored 7 in game.
You notice that Votto chokes up, and he's a pretty good hitter. Is that for control or some other reason?
Well, he's strong enough. He doesn't need. You can hit the ball choked up just as far as you can hit it from the knob. And you've heard me. I've told you many times, if I had one thing to do in my career going back, it would be I would choke up an inch, inch and a half on that bat.
What was the length of the bat that you routinely used?
35.
And how many ounces?
Anywhere from 35 to 40.
Did it go down as the season went along? Because a lot of guys will, as the at-bats pile up, use a lighter bat. Did you ever do that?
Yeah, it happened to me twice, 2 seasons. It got into August and it was hot, and I went down to 34. I even down one time to 33. That was against Vida Blue.
Who at that time could rush it up there.
Yeah. No, but I think choking up is just a wonderful thing. And maybe the greatest hitter we've ever seen choked up an inch, inch and a half, whether you like him or not. Checks it up, fouls off, and that's Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds?
Yeah.
He did that from the time he was at ASU to the time he went to
Sure.
minor leagues and major leagues and everything in between. He always choked up, and yet, you know, even before the problem he had with performance-enhancing drugs. He was a Hall of Fame player.
2-2.
That was a good fastball, and Carlos reached back, got a little something extra. That was 96. That's the fastest he's thrown here this evening.
Second time he's done it.
And Votto struck out on a slider his first at bat.
And there's a base hit, so those walks are going to jump up and bite us as this game is tied at 2.
20 RBIs for Votto as he tried to back up a fastball with a fastball, and I think Don Cooper is coming out to have a word with him. 2 fastballs in a row, and Votto's just too good a hitter. He's got a short stroke. You see, choking up, lined that ball into left field. And just like that, the lead disappears, and Cincinnati has tied it up at 2. You can see he actually choked up more with 2 strikes. That's the approach that he's always used. And this time it served him well.
Youngster the Cubs have at first base. Every time he gets 2 strikes, that's about where he goes.
Joe Madden talking about Rizzo and saying that he has a wonderful approach as a 2-strike hitter. Completely different than on any other count.
There's a strike. First low strike he's given him. Frazier popped up into a 3-4 double play. There was 1 out. Hamilton was at third. Bird was at first. Bird took off. He popped it up right side. LaRoche made the catch. Bonifacio went over and covered it first, and he tossed it to him to double him up.
He got him.
So 2 out.
There's that wipeout slider. Nice block by Giovanni. And Frazier, who on occasion will expand his zone, expanded it there. And unfortunately, got a piece of Giovanni on the backswing.
4 strikeouts now for Carlos. Here's Brandon Phillips. Alexei. But a couple of runs across the plate. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd, tied at 2.
interested in a career in the sports industry, attend the White Sox Career Fair on Friday, May 22nd. Network with representatives from top sports organizations and stay to watch the game. Admission includes the fair and a game ticket.
Bonifacio takes first pitch strike. Ball hit hard. 1 out.
Center fielder, number 1.
So here's Adam. He popped up. Marlon Byrd in left field.
He's a pretty good athlete, but a well-placed bunt will get the job done. And with that in mind, they're in at the corners on the grass. See Votto and Frazier. Now Votto has moved back. Frazier's still in on the grass.
Washington beat Atlanta 8-6. Bryce Harper 2-run home in the bottom of the ninth. His 11th. Two and two.
Was a pretty good idea, but the real good butters will tell you stay around to make the contact. Make sure it's on the grass, and then if it's a good bunt, you can beat the play. But the run and bunt is very difficult to master.
Full count. And there's ball 4. First walk issued by Jason. And here's Melky. He grounded out to Frazier at third. Adam 1 for 2 in stolen bases.
Barnhart has a nice quick release. Pretty good arm.
And there's a base hit. So 1 out, 2 on. And that'll bring up Abreu.
Turned into a hit and run as this ball drifts high and away out of the zone. Adam is going. And the ball gets by. Chance to break through again.
Jose just missed one. His first at bat. High pop up into short left field. Cozart made the catch. His first pitch strike, in case you did not hear. Kansas City beat Detroit 6-2 at Comerica Park this afternoon. Minnesota over Cleveland 7-4 at Progressive Field.
That time he hung a breaking ball, and Marquis got very lucky that one didn't spin over the inside part of the plate.
Count evens at 2 to Abreu.
With runs at first and second, only one out. Sox have scored at least one run 44% of the time, with the league average at 41. And Cincinnati's pitchers well above the league average. They've given up runs 53% of the time.
And ball hit going foul. Dadgummit. Right side, wrong shape. Right church, wrong pew.
That one rolled right over the middle of the plate. He got most of it, but unfortunately out a little too quickly.
He made another mistake. Got away with it.
Well, that one hung middle in. Jose is slugging close to 700 against breaking balls this year, so he doesn't mind seeing them if they're in the zone.
Full count.
Adam LaRoche waiting patiently for the resolution of his at bat. Phillips is right behind the bag at second. And Jose right up the middle.
There they go.
And fouled off to stay alive. So now Barnhart wants a word with Marquis. And Phillips wants to know what they're going to throw. If he's going to go with a fastball away, he might want to move to his left somewhat.
Once again, the payoff pitch. Once again, they take off. And they get him at first. So 2 out. Ducks on the pond. Here's Adam. He led off last inning with just a scalded a single into right field.
Well, you got first base open and a right-hander coming up next. Let's see what Marquis, a veteran pitcher of many years, decides he wants to do.
Right there, first pitch strike, but it's 79.
Yeah, straight change. These guys aren't going to want to hit that on the first pitch.
Comes back with a fastball in the inside corner, so the count 0-2. Just got a piece of it.
Very happy young lady with that souvenir.
And he pops him in. So we have a little bit of a threat going, can't do anything with it, and we're into the fourth, tied at 2.
Only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/White Sox to learn more. And Wintrust, member FDIC.
Davin Mesoraco grounded out to Adam LaRoche.
And they've got a severe shift on him. A lot like they play LaRoche, only from the right side.
First pitch, slider, strike. Next pitch, slider, strike. One and two to count.
Mesoraco was a first-round draft pick of these Reds, the 15th player chosen overall in 2007.
He gone. Yes, at 95.
Fifth strikeout. Some high heat. That's something that Jose Quintana does very well. Getting ahead and then throwing a fastball a little higher than high, it's called, and throwing it by some hitters.
Brendan Bosch, the strikeout victim, fouls that one away. Fouls that one away. Oh, and 2 the count. Two runs, 3 hits, no errors for both teams. He gone.
is going to be a tough matchup for Bosch because he will swing at most everything. And with that slider off the plate, if you can't lay off this one, you're never going to hit it. He's been a strikeout victim twice.
Here's Barnhart. Hitting at 235. A couple of homers, couple of RBIs. He struck out on a slider his first trip. There's a strike and the count 1-2. Make your plans to be with us. Finale tomorrow afternoon. Johnny Danks against Michael Lorenzen. And after the game, we will go on up to Milwaukee, take on the Brew Crew. Little tardy on that 96-mile-an-hour heater.
The Brewers have had their pitching difficulties, but they're starting to score some runs. They've got some thumpers in that lineup.
They scored 11 so far tonight. That one at 96 inside. So a full count. Softly hit. Emilio's got him. And a nice 1-2-3 inning with a couple of strikeouts. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. 2-2. It'll be Avi, Alexei, and Beckham. Avi 0 for 1 hit into a 6-4 fielder's choice, but he did come around to score.
You can't look for too much from Marquis because that fastball is 88, 89 miles an hour. And that one got a piece of Bill Welke. So as professional courtesy, what umpires will do when a catcher gets hit is sometimes go out to the mound, take some time. That's what Barnhart did in order to let Bill Welke compose himself. That can't feel too good.
Chops that one foul down past Frazier at third. There's a base hit. That boy out.
That ball down out of the zone looked like a slider. Marquis thought, and it was a pretty good pitch. It's just a hitter just beats you. He goes out of the zone and drives it into left field. Our fourth drive of the game is a two-run homer. Number 101 in the career of Alexei Ramirez. At the time, gave the Sox a 2-0 lead.
Well, there was a real good piece of hitting right there by Avi. He didn't put a 2-0 swing on that. He put an 0-2 swing on that.
He was pretty much in protection mode and had good solid contact.
And that's low. 2-0. Well, a whole bunch of guys that go up there to the plate and they put the same swing on it, whether it's 2-0 or 0-2.
That's more than likely going to be a guy that's at least 150 strikeouts, maybe more.
And there are a lot of them.
There are a lot of them, is right.
There he goes. Barnhart can throw.
We told you he was
on the money.
He was a great catch it, call it, throw it, and block it guy, and that's what you want from your backup catcher. This was a good jump by Avi. I mean, he got off quickly, but this throw is just perfect. It's right there. It had to be right there to get him because otherwise he steals it easily.
Three and 0. Beckham on deck. That's just about as quick as anybody we've seen get the ball down to second base this season. And there is another hit. He's going to give it a go. Here's the throw, and he's safe. Boy, Alexei picks up his 8th two-bagger.
He's starting to heat it up. This ball, take a look where this is. Fastball up and out of the zone, but these days Marquis doesn't have 93, 94 anymore. He's in the high 80s and couldn't get that one by. A good effort by Bird, but going away from the throw, Alexei wants to test him. He knows he's not going to be able to get all that much on it.
So here's Beckham. He hit the ball hard, but Cozart made a real good play to get him. There's a shot base hit. Beckham's been swinging that bat. Now he will make a hard turn, pull up, and go back into first. Alexei scores, and the Sox lead at 3-2.
In the role that Gordon's been asked to fill, he's excelled. seemingly gets a good solid at bat each and every time. And he has been hitting in somewhat tough luck because he's squaring up a lot. This fastball, 88, goes down and gets it and drives in run number 5.
So here's Giovanni. He flied deep to right field. Gordon just a decent lead. Takes ball 1. And there's a base hit. Gordon will have to pull up at second.
4 hitters, 4 hits, but for an outstanding throw by Barnhart. This one would look a whole lot worse than it does now. This ball off the end of the bat, and it turns into gold. Meeting, and Emilio's looking for his first hit of the year from the left side.
He hit the ball hard his first trip, but hit it right to Brandon Phillips. Takes it low and away.
Their pitching coach is a former major league pitcher. Came up with the Cubs, Jeff Pico. Spent parts of 3 years with the Cubs and thought it was a good idea to become a coach.
That ball hit hard, but they got a man there.
I'm not exactly sure what Giovanni was going to do there, but he got adventuresome. Hamilton can throw.
So here's Adam. Adam has popped to left and walked. Checks it up. Takes low ball 1. Good rip underneath it.
Bullpen up and going. It's Pedro Villarreal. He is the 26th man. You can add one more, usually a pitcher, when there's a doubleheader. Doesn't count against your 25-man roster, and there is Pedro.
And him way out in front. Come on, Adam. Pops him up. But we pick up one on the base hit by Beckham, and we lead at 3-2.
and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner for the latest stats and information. The Sox Game Zone is powered by Robert Morris University, Illinois, offering over 55 athletic teams, which is more than any other university in the state. For more information on RMU, visit robertmorris.edu.
Top of the fifth inning. 3-7-0 for our guys, 2-3-0 for their guys. Zach Cozart to lead it off. He singled and scored back in the third inning. Takes outside, ball one. Count evens at one.
It's actually gotten warmer as the day has moved along. Started out at 47. It's now 53.
One and two, the count. It's full. A lot of full counts we have seen in this game. And in game one. Ball hit hard. Adam. Yes. Right up by Jimmy Johns.
Cozart gave that one a ride to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark. He got a fastball. It was on the outer third, and Adam got a very good break. Runs it down and saves a potential two-base hit. Carlos very happy with that, as you would expect.
So here's the leadoff hitter, the center fielder, Billy Hamilton, who has walked, singled, and scored. It was a duck snort after Cozart's duck snort. .21 to count.
Those two walks today, one in the first game, one in the second game, broke a 48 plate appearance streak without drawing a walk. They would love to see Hamilton a bit more patient.
One and two the count. The 24-year-old center fielder, twice in his career, has stolen in one season. Over 100 bases. Two pitch. We mentioned after tomorrow's game, make your plans to be with us. If you can't, the game will be over Comcast Sportsnet. Go up to Milwaukee, play them 3. Have an off day on Thursday, and then Thursday night fly out to Oakland. And that ball hits off it. Move quickly. Nice pick by LaRoche. 2 down.
Sox fans, join us on Saturday, May 23rd at 3:10 as your White Sox take on the Minnesota Twins. Arrive early as we retire Paul Konerko's number 14 in a pregame ceremony. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Paul Konerko replica statue presented by Xfinity. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Purchase tickets today by visiting WhiteSox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME.
Marlon Byrd has walked twice. Takes first pitch strike. That's out of play, right side. One and two the count to the 37-year-old veteran.
Don Cooper would love to see Carlos Rodon work in the straight change more, but it's a work in progress, and he doesn't have quite the confidence in it yet. That one in off the plate at 97. Just missed.
And that one fired in and out of the low section. 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. He gone. 7 strikeouts. He's retired 8 in a row, and we're halfway home, leading 3-2.
He goes down, looks at Don Cooper, and probably wondering about the pitch count. Don Cooper says, go back out there.
First pitch strike to Melky Cabrera. 3-7-0 for our Sox. 2-3-0 for their Reds as Melky pops it up left side. Frazier. Melky now 1 for 3.
Friday, May 22nd, come to see the White Sox take on the Minnesota Twins at 7:10. All fans are invited to stay for a spectacular post-game fireworks show presented by Magellan Corporation. Purchase tickets today by visiting WhiteSox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME.
Here's Abreu. He's popped to short and grounded to second. Off the end of the bat and way out in front on that 78 mile an hour. Quickly 2 gone.
Phillips made a nice bare hand throw in one motion. Probably had a little time, but felt pretty confident. As Jason Marquis is not going to depart this game because of the pitch count.
Here's Adam. He's 1 for 2, a hard single into right field, leading off the second inning. Now field for the most part straight up. There's a chopper 2 hopper. Boy, that didn't take long. 1, 2, 3, and we'll go to the 6th.
Subway to 97999 right now for your chance to win 6 meals from the Simple 6 menu from Subway. Message and data rates may apply. Subway, eat fresh.
Joey Votto will lead it off. Takes a slider strike. He's 1 for 2 with a 2-run single. Our guys lead at 3-2 here in the top of the 6th inning.
Here's our monster replay, and it came in the 3rd inning. Votto driving in runs number 19 and 20 for the season, and at the time he tied it at 2.
That's into left field for a base hit. He's going to give it a go. Here's the throw. Be gone. Our guys can throw, and they are accurate.
Well, it's almost like Melky baited him into trying to go to second base. Melky got to the ball. He had some time to set. And when he does that, he's one of the better throwing left fielders in the game. So he takes a look, holds it, and then realizes, well, might as well throw him out as long as he's going. And the ball beats him by plenty. Nice tag by Emilio. And a good ending to the single.
So here's Frazier. 0 for 2. And down in Birmingham, our first round draft pick in 2013, Tim Anderson is hit for the cycle. Three-run homer gave him the cycle. He's a good-looking player. We got him listed at 6'1", 185, and I'll tell you, he looks like he's closer to 6'3", 200, and he can move.
He's going to be a major leaguer.
Oh, yeah.
Only question is when.
Yeah.
But he will be. So just in case Carlos has any further difficulties, Jake Petrichka loosening up in the pen. We saw him for a third of an inning in the opener. And unfortunately, he gave up a home run.
He gone. 2 down. 8 strikeouts now.
100 pitches on the nose. And still with very good stuff. In this, his major league starting debut.
Here's Brandon Phillips. Yeah, Tim Anderson. David Robertson's in town. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Little shank right there. One and one to count. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for our guys. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for their guys. One and 2. That one at 95.
Chris Welsh, who's in his 23rd year as a Reds TV analyst, came over between innings and said, how'd this guy make it to the 3rd pick? I'm not sure either, but the Sox pretty happy he did. Because sliders like that don't come along too often.
No, when you're talking about left-handed sliders, the first one that comes into my mind is Steve Carlton. Next one was Ron Guidry.
Randy Johnson was right there.
Well, I don't think it's a slider like that. Sparky Lyle had a great one. Randy had a good one because he threw it about 95.
And nobody ever hit it. And left-handers might as well pack up and go home at 6'10" with his delivery.
Except for Kenny Lofton. Kenny Lofton, that was one of the most fun games to watch when they were playing in the playoffs. Johnson knocked him down and Kenny Lofton got up, and I'm telling you, he was fit to be tied. As there is ball 4. Next pitch, he hit a rocket in the left field for a base hit. So 2 out. 1 aboard. 3rd walk up. Check that 4th walk. Issued.
You can bet that conversation is, we go get him? A lot of people are saying, not yet.
Mesoraco can't get it at 97.
Mesoraco is very strong.
Devin Mesoraco. That's a can of corn. Got it in on him at 96, and a beautiful performance by Carlos Rodon. He's going to leave leading 3-2.
Gave up a couple of runs on only 4 hits, 8 strikeouts. That was Joey Votto. Gets out of a jam with a double play pop-up, and then continues sailing right along with an unhittable slider. And this is the last man that he faced. Soft fly ball to left field, and most likely you would think that that would be it. Is Giovanni Soto talking with him? Young man has enormous talent.
Well, here's Alexei. Now check that, Avi. Here's Avi. He is 1 for 2 with a run scored. Three of the 4 hits given up by Rodon were flares. Those duck snorts.
Pretty impressive with everything tonight.
That ball hit deep. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. He hung it and he heard it.
Second hit of the game, second home run of the year. He's driven in 10. It's a 2-run lead as this changeup hangs over the inner portion. Marquis made a few mistakes with that. This one he didn't get away with.
Alexei, 2-run homer, a double, and he scored twice. High into left field. Marlon Byrd. So here's Beckham. He's been to the plate twice, hit it hard twice, once for an RBI single to put us on top 3-2.
Here's our Xfinity Speed replay. This is the base hit that broke the tie, put the Sox on top, 3-2. Speed replay is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Join over the count to Gordon. Way out in front at 78. So 2-2.
Gordon thought he might have gotten a piece of the baseball, but nope. Like he said, baseball is just fine.
Flips that one back into the seats for a souvenir. And a full count. Just joining us, Alexei put us on top with that 2-run homer in the second. Votto's 2 RBI single in the third. Really the only hard hit base hit they had. We got one in the fourth. Now one in the fifth. Now that ball, you can put it on the board. Yes. Gordon has been squaring it up. First.
It's a tough role that he's asked to fill, that of the all-purpose player, the utility man, the guy who fills a gap. plays a little here, plays a little there, and somehow he's been able to maintain a very good stroke. This changeup low out over the plate, and Gordon hits a line drive into the pen.
So here's Giovanni. He's 1 for 2. Deep drive to right and a single to left.
Barnhart now out to talk with Marquis. 3 home runs given up, and we're now through 6. For the second time, Pedro Villarreal throwing in the pen.
There's a strike. We had 2 home runs in the first game, if you missed that. Alexei hit his 100th. And Abreu hit one 441 feet. 3 tonight. So we have 19 as that's down to Frazier. And it's out number 2.
Not a real good throw, but a good shift by Votto at first base. You don't want to lock yourself in. You want to be able to drift wherever the throw is. And he made the play.
Here's Emilio. He's hit the ball hard twice tonight. Once to the second baseman, Brandon Phillips. And a line drive to Billy Hamilton in center field. And that's low. 2-1. Adam Eaton on deck. Foul and a full count. Five 9-0 for us, 2-4-0 for them. Back through the middle and into center field. So.
And then up, just barely back on a very aggressive turn.
Man right there loves to smile. He loves to laugh. He loves to take almost a hitter.
He loves to stay upright. And that throw does not beat him back, and that's going to be it for Jason Marquis, as he will depart this one. So as he walks out, we'll step out and be back after these messages. sixth man added to the bullpen because of the doubleheader today. So watching him on some video before the game, there's a tendency to leave pitches up in the zone, especially with his breaking ball, which is somewhat of a hybrid between a slider and a curve. So it'll be Adam Eaton. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. 2 outs here. It's 5-2. Sox have out hit the Reds 10-4, and it's been an errorless game.
Good lead.
Emilio must have twisted his back somewhat getting back.
Villarreal, 27 years old. He was born in Edinburgh, Texas, resides now in Dallas. There he goes, pitch out. That young man can get it down there in a hurry, but a couple of home runs, one by Avisail Garcia, one by Gordon Backoff, and we lead at 5-2.
Trichka comes in. On for the 9th time. Nolan's batting average against him .294, which is a little higher than he would like. And he's got to hold him right there. Bottom part of the order to face him.
Vernon Bosch is very happy to see Carlos Rodon.
I blame him.
Somewhere in that White Sox clubhouse.
Yeah, not a real good matchup when you have a huge strike zone as Brandon does. And you got a pitcher with an exploding slider that Carlos does.
He was 0 for 2 with a couple of punch outs. There's a chopper 2 hopper. And 1 out.
An athlete's defined by the desire to be active and continue doing the things you love. Visit Athletico.com and start defining your pain-free inner athlete today. Athletico, the official physical therapy provider of the Chicago White Sox. Athletico, better for everybody.
Switch hitting catcher Tucker Barnhart takes strike one. Tucker's 0 for 2, a strikeout and a grounder to second. Yeah, that guy right there is just about as good as anybody you're going to see getting the ball down the second.
Quick and accurate.
Well, if you put a clock on him, he's probably as good as anybody is. There's a little flare, duck snort.
Average major league catcher is 2 seconds. They call leather to leather. I would assume when you put a clock on him, he's going to be 185, maybe 1.8. And with the accuracy, it's tough to steal when you got those kind of numbers.
Cozart had a little duck snort single and scored in the third. Then he fly deep to center field. Adam made a good catch in the fifth.
Zach Duke continues loosening in a pen just in case.
Pretty good pitch, did not get it.
That'll bring up the tying run
very quickly. So 2 on, 1 out.
Robin just looked at Don Cooper and said, "Is he ready?" Don Cooper looked at him and said, "Yes."
And here he comes. And that is going to be it for Jake. Robin, that slow ambling walk. Maybe Jake will talk him into it.
Bill Welke's coming out. He wants to break this up one way or the other.
And he wants Zach Duke. Just giving him a chance to make a few pitches more. So Jake departs. Duke comes on, and we'll be back.
opponent's hitting just 195. So he's going to face the tying run, the slender person of Billy Hamilton. Zach has been awfully tough this year.
The 1 out, 2 on. Hamilton has walked, had a little soft single, and grounded to short. Can they do it? Yes! The gun of Alexei Ramirez, a 1 pitch to Zach Meister. Gets 2, 7th inning stretch. We lead it 5-2. Zach Duke comes in, throws 1 pitch, and doubles up possibly. Certainly one of the top 2 or 3 fastest guys in the game.
Well, that's what he came in for, throw a ground ball, and probably figured he would double him up if he was in the neighborhood. It's the first time he's grounded into a double play this year, which is not surprising.
Well, fastest guy I've ever seen to this day. Hitting left-handed down the line was Mickey Mantle. Right-handed was Bo Jackson. And neither one of those could outrun Alexei Ramirez's arm.
Ground ball right to the bag, and then taking it himself, he gunned it across and actually got him by plenty.
Adam. And yesterday, Justin Marja visited Thomas Jefferson Elementary School. His late mother Deborah's former workplace in Valparaiso. He personally invited students to a 2015 White Sox game, and he distributed 7,500 ticket vouchers to students in the Valparaiso School District. Wow. Who said he's a meanie? Some of the Kansas City Royals might disagree with me.
Well, and that's why they didn't get any tickets.
And so
no vouchers.
Detroit Tigers too.
No tickets, no vouchers for those guys.
Adam 0 for 2 with a walk. Don't help him out. 3-1 pitch. And there's ball 4. So the leadoff man aboard. And also, this morning, the White Sox Volunteer Corps hosted its first large-scale service day of 2015 at a youth center in the Bronzeville community, and more than 200 Corps members, along with front office staff, painted, performed landscaping work, light construction to renovate and beautify the Elliott Donnelly Youth Center. Christine O'Reilly's got her people going. Christine, of course, has been here for a long time, and she is our White Sox queen.
She's the queen of community relations.
She's our Tsarina, our empress. 1-0 the count. Outfield straight up. And there's the strike. Melky's 1 for 3. One and two the count.
That was a good jump, and it looked like he balked.
That's why it was going to be a good jump.
It was a terrific jump. Villarreal is asking, what did I do? You moved. And Brian Price is now coming out. He's saying he stepped off, and he's asking Bill Welke if he saw it.
So Adams going to remain at second base. Brian, you never know till you ask.
Might as well go out there. Take another look. They call the balk. Apparently not stepping toward first base.
And that's up to middle base hit. Here comes Adam, and he's going to score, and it's a 6-2 Sox lead.
Melky drives in run number 11.
So the walk, the balk, and the hit.
We told you that Villarreal will leave a lot of pitches up in the zone. And there's another one.
Jose 0 for 3. He's popped to short. He just missed that one. And twice he's grounded to second. Chops that one foul and into the crowd. 6-11-0 for us. 2-5-0 for them for 27,980.
And a few of them, you would have to expect, got some free baseball today. 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, you don't see much of that anymore.
So this was not a split doubleheader. It was one that was played straight through. And the fog is starting to roll in. I believe I can see the hound of the Baskervilles loping across the moors.
Baying, baying.
Hopefully it will not come down to field though.
And there's a base hit. Line shot into right. So Melky will pull up at second. Don't stop now, boys. It's add on. In case you're just tuning in, making his first major league start, Carlos Rodon, in 6 innings, giving up 2 runs. There were a couple of duck snorts involved in that. The only ball that was hit hard was Votto's 2-run single. He gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, 4 walks, and had 8 strikeouts.
Overall, this was a pretty impressive performance because, number one, Joey Votto was back in their lineup. He's one of their best, if not the best hitter overall. There is Burke Badenhop loosening up in the pen. Carlos with those 8 big strikeouts in 6 innings showed a whole lot of people that he's got an unhittable slider. When he refines the other aspects of his game, he's going to even be better than he looked tonight.
Adam takes down low, ball 1. And there is a base hit. So here comes Melky. He's going to score. Abreu on his way to third. He will get there on the single by Adam, and it's 7-2.
Second hit of the day and a huge aggressive turn, and then Adam had to get back in a hurry. This one down, which Adam certainly enjoys. Drives it in the gap. Looked like it was going to be 2 bases. Hamilton able to run it down, and he's got a good arm, even though he stumbles a bit.
With a dreaded leadoff walk. And here is Avi. He's 2 for 3. There's a high chopper. They're going to come to the plate. And they get him. So that is the first out of the inning.
Off the plate, and the throw gets him.
Here's Alexei. He's 2 for 3. And Alexei got us on the board quickly in the second inning with Avi aboard.
Now he's homered in each game, hitting number 100 in the first game and 101 in the second inning.
The Bertucci boys pick to click. And there's a base hit. And that'll load him up. It's about time we got some duck snorts.
Get a few of those, a few long ones, some ringing doubles, and for Villarreal, that's going to be it as Badenhoff comes into the game. So we'll step out and be back after these messages. tickets include a game ticket, an all-you-can-eat buffet, and wine and Miller and Pepsi beverages. Patio opens 90 minutes prior to the game and closes 30 minutes after the start of the game. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/group. And there's a look at Bert Badenhaupt. On for the 11th time. It hasn't been real impressive so far. He's on his 5th team in the last 5 years.
So here is Gordon. Gordon 2 for 3. And here's his last at bat.
Line drive home run.
His at bat previous to that was an RBI single. Sacks packed with Sox, 1 out. 2 in and leading 7-2. That ball hit deep into right field. Enough to score LaRoche, and it's 8-2.
Third run batted in for Gordon. He's looking for something up in the zone. He got it and hit it far enough.
Here's Giovanni. He's 1 for 3. And a single back in the 4th inning.
The run expectancy in this situation, Sox well above league average.
Takes a strike. 1-2 the count. That pitch in on him. Sox 2 in the second, 2-run homer by Alexy got us off to a good start. They tied it with 2 in the third. We took the lead in the 4th with 1, added 2 in the 6th, and so far 3 here in the 7th. 8-14-0 for us, 2-5-0 for them. Chops that one foul. That ball hit hard. It's going to hang up. So Brennan Bosch makes the catch, but a crooked number goes up on the board. We'll go to the 8th, leading by 6.
He was brilliant with the 8 strikeouts. Alexei Ramirez. He homered in the first game and homered in the second game, giving him 101. It's 8-2, 14 hits for the Sox. It's been an errorless game. It's brought to you by the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, now at your Honda dealer.
First pitch, Lorna away to Marlon Byrd. Marlon 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. Two and 0 the count. If you're just tuning in, give you some scores. Milwaukee beat the Cubs 12-4 at Miller Park. Pittsburgh over St. Louis 7-5. PNC. In Philadelphia, Mets won it 3-2. Mets 19-11. Tampa Bay at home against Texas. Rays win it 7-2. There's a strike. 2-run homer in the bottom of the ninth by Bryce Harper as the Nasty Nats lead Atlanta 8-6. And there's the leadoff walk. Up in Canada, Blue Jays beat Boston 7-1. Boston 13-17. Baltimore beat the Yankees in the Bronx 6-2. Chin over Whitley. Bottom of the 5th in Seattle, Mariners leading Oakland 3-1. Not a good swing by Joey. Top of the 6th, San Francisco 3-1 Marlins. Bottom of the 6th, the Big A in Anaheim, Houston leading the Angels 6-4. Keuchel with a 1-4-2 on the bump for the Astros.
It's the most runs he's given up in recent memory.
And that's out of play. After 8 in Arizona, Padres leading 3-2. Minnesota beat Cleveland at Progressive Field 7-4. Kansas City beat Detroit in Detroit 6-2.
And the Twins are slowly becoming quite a story after a 1-6 start. They're now 18-13.
Two and 2 the count.
That was a real interesting swing. That's a take it out of the Soto's glove swing. Even Joey's got a smile on his face. Whoops. Oh, there you go. He's going to be proud of that one when he sees it again.
Hey, it takes a little talent to be able to do that. That's the strike at the top of the zone, didn't get it. And that's out of play. Well, the guy who did that, put that kind of swing on it more than anybody I've ever seen, was Big Hurt Frank Thomas. He got a lot of hits with that swing. Little flares into right field.
Luke Appling didn't have that kind of a swing. He must have.
Oh, he could get that. He could put any kind of swing on it you want. Foul it off. That's out of play. Yeah, he used to aim at guys he didn't like in the opponent's dugout.
Bounces from the upper deck through the lower deck to all the way to shortstop. That is a very lively baseball.
And another foul On a 3-2 pitch. There's a line shot, base hit. So Votto wins that battle, and Bird moves into second. So first 2 men aboard.
Pretty easy to see why this team misses Joey Votto when last year he was hurt. He was only suspended for 1 game after bumping an umpire. But he's got 3 hits in the nightcap, including 2 runs driven in.
Todd Frazier 0 for 3.
David Robertson starting to throw in the pen.
Those 3 at bats were against Carlos Rodon. Lexi, and they turn, rack him up, 2 down. Third double play turn by our Sox. And that'll bring up Brandon Phillips.
That's the beauty of the sinker. If you've got a good one, you can get in a jam, keep the ball down, get yourself a double play or so. Zach Duke has a very good sinker.
To the count. Well, I was talking about that the other day with a good friend of mine. When you're making $6,000 a year, that was the minimum salary, and you got fined $25. That was a pretty big fine.
Yes.
And we used to have a fine, a rule on the ball club. If you're facing a guy with a good sinker and you hit first pitch into a double play, you got fined $25.
Plus to 25.
And pretty soon you didn't do that. There's a breaking ball. Phillips was acquired from Cleveland for pitcher Jeff Stevens.
That was a very good trade.
Maybe one of the best in baseball history. Certainly probably in the top 100. He gone. Breaking ball, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th.
Jeff Vukovich, your local Nationwide insurance agent, serving the area for 37 years. To join the nation, visit jeffvuk.com because Nationwide is on your side.
We're in the bottom of the 8th inning with an 8-2 lead over Cincinnati. They scored 7 runs in the top of the 9th and beat us in game 1. 10-4.
Christopher Negron comes in. He played first base in the first game. He won't be over at first base too often with Joey Votto on the team.
Emilio is 1 for 3. Hit the ball hard. Very hard twice. Takes a strike and the count 1-2. Finale. This 3-game set is he gone. 1 out. Tomorrow, Johnny Danks on the bump. And he'll be opposed by Michael Lorenzen. If you can't make it to the ballpark, the game will be over Comcast Sportsnet. As here is Adam Eaton. Adam 0 for 2 with 2 walks and a run scored. And after the game tomorrow, it's off to Milwaukee for 3. Then an off day on Thursday. And we go to Oakland for 3. Two and 1 to count. We can finish this one off and then win tomorrow. We'll have a 4-2 homestand.
And then we've got the big 3 going in Milwaukee. Jeff Samardzija, Chris Sale, and Jose Quintana. Chris Beck has joined David Robertson. He was called up as the 26th man.
And he will be in the major leagues. That ball hit hard into left center field, but Negron is there. 2 down.
Hey parents, the White Sox baseball camps are open to boys and girls ages 5 to 12. It's over 50 communities. Every camper gets an exclusive tour of U.S. Cellular Field and gets to meet current White Sox players and coaches. The White Sox summer camps are sponsored by WSCR, 670 The Score, Beggar's Pizza, Comcast Sportsnet, the Tribune Media Group, and Athletico. Call 630-PLAY-BALL or visit BullSoxAcademy.com to find a camp near you. So Melky with a pretty good game in the nightcap. A couple of singles and a run driven in as well as a run scored. Get that batting average up to 279. Little chopper to shortstop. Cozart fires across in the dirt. Votto digs it out. And that's it for the bottom of the 8th inning. We move to the top of the 9th. It's 8-2 Sox. A market game live or on demand in True HD. MLB.TV Premium includes a free At-Bat 15 subscription, which lets you watch live baseball on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. So visit MLB.TV for details. And David Robertson is going to come into this, pick up an inning of work.
Luke's dad.
Pretty impressive numbers so far, on for the 12th time. There's 19 strikeouts and just 1 walk. Pretty much jump out at you in 11 innings of work.
There's Mesoraco, Devin. First ball, Hunting. Little tardy. Foul ball right side. He is 0 for 3. Make your plans to be with us tomorrow, finale of this homestand. And hopefully the rubber match of this 3-game set with Cincinnati. We can get 3 outs here. Johnny Dice against Michael Lorenzen. He gone.
Wiped him out with the good curveball. Not enough to have a fastball that looks like a cutter every pitch, but then you drop one of these on him.
9 strikeouts for our staff. If you're just tuning in, Carlos Rodon had 8. And now 1 by Robertson, all swinging.
That's kind of unusual.
Brennan Bosch 0 for 3 with a couple strikeouts and a ground ball. There's the strike and the count evens at 1. Just a tad low. So David, with just 11 in the 3rd innings, has 20 strikeouts. Two pitch. Ball hit hard, sucked up very nicely by LaRoche. 2 outs.
This will be win number 1. The first of many for Carlos Rodon.
Tucker Barnhart 1 for 3. Takes ball 1. Two and 1 to count. 2-2 the count. He gone, and this ball game is over. So the Sox split the doubleheader. Carlos Rodon picking up his first Major League victory, and we'll be back.